Good morning. We'll begin the Dubuque County Board of Supervisors work sessions today with a report from our county engineer, Anthony Barget. Good morning, Anthony.
Good morning. Echo off. Okay, good. Good morning, everyone. I guess I'll start off with the first agenda item. It's an update regarding the FOB trucking exemption permit for Monastery Road. So that's kind of been on the back burner for a little bit, but I wanted to get back to that. So I've had a little bit of conversation with AJ and Todd Loker, his attorney, about this subject, and just in reviewing the sort of petition against allowing this, and just, you know, kind of the negativity surrounding it. And I've spoken to Sheriff Kennedy about this as well. It'd be my recommendation that we not allow this exemption permit until we can get a better situation figured out. I would like to explore coming up with, you know, maybe an alternate route for trucks at some point. You know, potentially looking at a portion of Monastery Road and then going down McAndrews Road and Prairie Creek Road. That might be a bypass around that kind of residential area. But that's just an idea, you know, this is just kind of floating in my head right now. It's something to definitely explore, you know, increasing the truck routes in that area. So that's something I would kind of recommend right now, exploring. I think at this point, I think we need to just sit tight and not allow any trucks to go through that route. And that's really kind of where we've arrived. We're really stuck between a rock and a hard place here. I'd like to facilitate truck traffic going back and forth, but we have a lot of these residential areas that we have to respect as well. And the pavement, you know, I think it's built strong enough for the empty weight exemption that I was looking at. I do not want to allow this for, you know, all trucks to be going back and forth. That wasn't something I was after. I was just trying to come up with some kind of compromise, you know, for that local business. But I think, you know, it would probably be prudent that we just sit tight for a while until we can figure out a different way around that area. So I know Sheriff Kennedy is on as well. You know, I invite him to give us any comment that he wants, but also with the board, you know, if you have any response back, if you'd like to see a different direction from me here, you know, I guess that's about where I'm at right now.
Yeah, thanks, Anthony.
What's the current status? Well, go ahead, Sheriff Kennedy.
Oh, sorry. No, if you had a question, go ahead, Jay.
My question was, what was the current status of the road related to the trucks?
Well, current status is it's a multi-axle embargo road. So anything that's over, you know, 3 axles and above is not allowed to be on there. Now I've talked to the sheriff about this. It is a confusing situation because, you know, if you're pulling a camper down the road that doesn't weigh a whole lot, you're in violation of that sign. So there isn't a really great scenario to embargo weights on these roads. It's harder to do it on a road versus a bridge. So that typically, you look at the multi-axle, it tries to catch the majority of those heavy trucks going by, but, you know, if you're just pulling a trailer, a lightweight trailer, but it has a couple axles on it, you're in violation. So it's not a great scenario. This is something that's going to take a while to, you know, thresh out and figure out how to improve in Dubuque County. But I think it's something that, you know, even as we're talking about this long-range plan over the next 20 years, we need to think about, you know, definitely from my perspective, we need to think about how we improve truck routes and specifically the southeast area of the county. So that's something I'm going to be working on.
Have you discussed this, Anthony, with Mr. Fobb?
I just briefly exchanged an email with him. That's about where we've been, and he really didn't respond back to me. So I think he's aware that, you know, that we're not going to, at least I'm not going to recommend that we proceed with the exemption permit.
I know when you and I talked about the issue of a truck route and embargoed roads, I believe you felt that our truck traffic out in the county, it was in regard, I think, to one of the mayor's meetings about concerns about shortcuts that everyone's kind of freewheeling on a little bit, where we wouldn't have had traffic before, we have traffic now. So, is this kind of in response to that, for fear that a special exemption is going to cause a problem?
Well, how far does it extend? You know, there are other contractors that maybe don't live right on Monastery, but are just a mile down the road somewhere else. You know, why can't they run those routes? You know, why can't, say, Simon's run through that route? You know, they're a business. You know, it really is that proverbial can of worms that you're opening up. That, you know, why does this business get to profit while, you know, this one is restricted? You know, so it's trying to be fair in this situation as much as possible, but it's not easy for sure. So,
Manager Potoff, do you have anything?
Subject's been going on for quite a while. I worked with it. Obviously, I met with Anthony when I was at the sheriff's office, and at that time, I met with Mr. Bob and spoke with them, and they kind of thought once the Southwest Arterial was open that would alleviate the problem, but obviously that's not. Just had another fatality involving a semi down there last week, so I mean, it is a problem. I mean, it's something that we have to figure out, but I'm not sure what the correct answer is either.
Does it have to be a 20-year plan to get some kind of a designated truck route? You know, I know that Chandra will be here from ECIA talking about our long-range transportation today. Is that really how long you think it's going to take, Anthony?
not specifically for that area. I think we have potential to do some things sooner for that particular area, because McAndrews Road and Prairie Creek Road are two roads that we will be doing something with in the next, say, 5 years. That we have the possibility of coupling those two roads with Monastery and creating a route around. Now, bigger picture, you know, we've got some other areas of concerns. People taking Old Davenport Road. You know, there's some other routes that we need to take a look at that could be on that 20-year window, just for funding wise.
You know,
And that isn't in the presentation today, I don't believe.
Yes.
It's not listed on with Chandra, is it? I didn't see it as one of the three county.
At 10:15, work session discussed DMAS long range plan.
Correct, but in looking at the presentation and looking at the slides, I'll ask you again at that time if this is addressed in that proposal.
No, not specifically, because last time we talked about we talked about Sundown Road,
Oakland
Farms Road, and Thunder Hills area. Yep.
so,
Sheriff Kennedy,
yeah,
yes, if you would like to please participate, thank you.
Sure. You know, as Anthony said, we spoke Friday about this issue. Obviously, our concern is just the number of complaints we're going to get from the local residents, regardless of what is decided and what routes that Bob's end up taking to get to where they need to go. You know, and I think you know, especially with the issues we're having on Old Davenport Road and stuff, I think we really need to, you know, I think, I don't know, you know, what resources Anthony has available to him, but, you know, going forward, we really need to take a good look at how these larger vehicles travel through our county and ways to allow them to do that safely, but also economically. I understand the concern with most of these truck drivers has to do with fuel and going long distances out of their way just to get from point A to point B. And you know, obviously, we understand, and but at the same time, you know, I understand too that the damage that the heavyweight vehicles do to the roads, it's you know, deteriorates the road faster and costs the county taxpayers more in the long run. So Unfortunately, like Anthony, I don't really have a perfect solution for this. It's disappointing that we couldn't come up with some sort of an agreement. But I think if there's a way that we can accelerate the movement on preparing other roads for semi traffic, it would probably be helpful. Because we have to do something, because the way it's going to go, the way it's going now, fobs are going to continue to go down Prairie Creek if they can't use Monastery. The neighbors are going to continue to call in. We are going to go out and we are going to waste hundreds of hours sitting out there finding nothing, because you're looking for 4 vehicles over the course of a 2-day period or whatever, and it's just very wasteful for our time, and it's not in the best interest of the county taxpayers either when we have one of our people tied up on one single low traffic road for hours. We're denying the rest of the county that person's ability to protect them. So, it's just a bad situation all around.
Sheriff Kennedy, if they use Prairie Creek Road, we don't have a problem with that. That's not embargoed. It's just Monastery, correct?
No, that's what brought us here.
That's what started the whole thing.
Which roads are embargoed?
Monastery and Prairie Creek.
Monastery, and so Sheriff Kennedy, you're indicating that you believe fob trucking will continue to violate the embargo?
Well, I mean, we've talked to them in the past, and they've still continued to use Prairie Creek Road. So,
right, and I know when you and I talked previously, and you indicated that Mr. Fob is a man of his word, and that he would, if he was only driving on Monastery empty, that is in fact what the case might be. So I'm not sure if he just wishes to run his business either. He's very close to 151. I mean, when you're out there looking at it, it's just kind of a head scratcher why you wouldn't use that as an on and off point, right? I mean, it's just obvious. It's literally one can see the other. He says, I understand, coming back from Piasta area, coming back empty, it's a major inconvenience to go around. I understand that, but you indicated, Sheriff, you felt he was a man of his word and he would always ride that road empty. Why is he not always going to abide by the embargo?
Well, so the reason I said that I believe that he will only run the road empty is because when my understanding is when they go that direction, it's to haul cattle, and they pick up the cattle in Dyersville and then they transport it wherever, and then they bring cattle to Dyersville and then they come home. They have no facilities on their property to house cattle. So that's why I say, I'm confident that when they're on that road or when they're using that road, that they're empty, because they are not going to bring a load of cattle and sit it in their yard all night and then drive somewhere. They're going to go empty. They're going to pick it up. They're going to transport it where it needs to go. They're going to bring a load back up. Then they're going to come home. So, I do believe that when they say that they're going to run that route empty, that is the reason why I believe that they are going to, abide by that, because that's all they do.
I would agree with you on the cattle portion of that, but they also haul a lot of grain, don't they?
They do haul grain, but I think they go to Clinton on that.
Good.
unless they're doing, just their own local deliveries when they're harvesting. But my understanding is when they haul grain, they go to Clinton. So they get on Monastery Road for probably that small stretch there till they hit Skyline and shoot down to Clinton.
It'd be my hope, Sheriff Kennedy, you could impress upon Mr. Fobb that if we do not allow his exemption, he needs to abide by the embargo, and that we would expect that of him as a man of his word.
Well, I can talk to him about it, but I've talked to him about it in the past, and we're still here today. So.
Anthony, do we need to take formal action on this, or what is the status with procedure?
Anthony, before we are allowing him to use the portion of Monastery from like Ryan to 151, correct? Like where you could come out that way to get to 151?
Yeah, I'm okay with that stretch.
Right,
Yeah,
but
coming down
is that-
Pine Road and turning right on Monastery there.
Yeah.
Yep.
That he can get to 151 there where it'd be a safer intersection than the one that on top of the hill.
There's actually a majority of that is a concrete pavement there that approaches 151. So I don't have any problems with, thinking that's gonna deteriorate in that section.
Okay.
But as far as formal action, I don't think you need to do anything formal today because there's already an embargo standing. So it's really, you could just, if you'd like to make a motion just for formalities, but otherwise, I think the formal action would have come in if we decide to give them the exemption permit.
Do you think there's any purpose to writing him we can make a motion or not, but writing a letter from the Board of Supervisors that we're staying with the embargoes? Would that be helpful? He's aware that this issue's, obviously he's been with us, he's been present with us in this discussion. If that's the way we go, maybe there should be some communication from the Board of Supervisors.
I think we already have our communication. The road is already embargoed. This is a law enforcement issue. And we have ordinances, laws, quite a few traffic issues throughout the county. We've got almost 1,000 miles that people need to abide by. We've attempted to solve this, and we're at an impasse. And I'm sure Sheriff Kennedy, you've got other creative methods to figure out how to work with enforcement as needed. So I'm comfortable where we're at.
I am. I think I just want to clarify that, he's aware that that section of Monastery is open for him to go to 151 that way.
Yeah, and I can clarify with him as well, that he can use that stretch. But yeah, I would have no issues with that.
Anything more on this issue? Okay. Anthony, what did you have for us next?
Okay, I think the only thing I have next is the engineer's report. So I from Friday, I had a bit of an update. I forgot to put one of our projects on there that's kind of full steam ahead right now. Starting on number 1 here, English Mill Road, River City Paving is just about finished with the project. They still need to level the shoulders and apply the pavement markings. Then the project that just started last week, Military Road, North Cascade Road, and Sherwood Heights Road, and Horseshoe Road. River City's subcontractor is milling off asphalt on Military Road. In fact, they're done with that. They're working on Sherwood Heights Road today, and then tomorrow they'll be moving to North Cascade Road, and then on to Horseshoe Road. The hope is to get it all milled off this week and then start paving next week on those 4 roads. Carper Harbor Road Bridge, Taylor Construction is working on the substructure of the bridge. McAllister Road, Terra Lane Culverts, Eastern Iowa Excavating is finished with the culvert on McAllister Road, and that road is open. And they are still working on the Terra Lane structure with the backfilling the culverts. And then we have Progressive Structures is working on various culverts. They're on their last culvert on Stoffel Road. Simon Road Bridge, Schrader Construction is working on forming the deck and placing the steel rebar. They should be pouring the concrete deck in the next week or so. I would think probably by the end of this week they're going to target that. Steger Road, Taylor Construction is starting to build decking forms for the deck concrete construction. And Millville Road Bridge, Taylor Construction is planning to start the bridge construction within the next week or so. And then Cox Springs Road, south of Highway 20. Horseville Construction is planning to start the reconstruction of the road down to North Cascade Road the middle of August. We do have a planned reconstruction meeting this week, so we'll get some more details on that. The plan is to regrade the road and place concrete. And then finally, for Roller Coaster Road and North Cascade Road, Horseville Construction is planning to start the concrete overlay around the end of August for that one. That's about what we got going on. I really don't have any other business unless you guys have any questions for me.
When were they gonna start doing the road markings, countywide?
The pavement markings? The paint has been delivered, at the shop. They haven't given me an exact start date, but I would say sometime here in August is when they'll get going.
I had some correspondence with you a while back on Old Davenport.
Yep.
Leading up to where it comes off of Southwest Arterial. That subject had recontacted me again and was concerned about that stretch being a passing zone leading up to that intersection, so.
Sure. Yeah, I've got that on my list. Farner has that job for us, so I haven't heard exactly from them, but I'm thinking sometime here in August we'll get going.
Okay, thank you.
The Roller Coaster Road and North Cascade Road, can you tell me more about that concrete overlay? Just, you know, off the top of your head, the thickness and
You bet.
general cost?
Yeah, I think it's right at a $1 million project. It's right at around 3 miles long. It's a really great process. I've seen a lot of success with it. So the road now, if you've been on it, is very, very deteriorated. What they end up doing is they take an engineering fabric and lay that on the road. They glue it down, and then we place 6 inches of concrete by design. It'll be a little bit thicker in some other areas. But by design, it's about a 6-inch concrete pavement that is laid the entire stretch. And that fabric is supposed to be a kind of a crack retarder. It resists anything that's underneath there. A lot of counties have been doing this for many, many years, and very little cracking, good success. So
We haven't done it as much, have we?
no,
This is the first project? That's kind of like,
yeah, this will be the first one in Dubuque County.
excited. And then you just pull the shoulders up, I think, is the gravel shoulders there?
Yeah,
So you just pull the shoulders up and away you go.
this is one of those roads that's like, oh, it's perfect for concrete because nice wide shoulders. I think there are six foot shoulders out there. So by the time we get up 6 inches, we'll probably have about a 5 foot shoulder. Yeah, it'll be pulled up. It'll be a nice looking road.
I look forward to driving on it.
Anthony, my question is about Zyper's Orchard. Obviously, that's not a county road. We talked about it a bit ago, and it's going to be apple season coming soon. I don't know if the sheriff is still on as well, but is there anything that we can do to improve safety there?
Boy, I don't know. I know the state's kind of put it on us if there was going to be any kind of restriction along that area that we would have to have an ordinance in place, I believe, for them to react to that. It's kind of a confusing thing. I don't necessarily want to create any kind of a parking area along Shooter Heights, and then you're ushering people to cross that road. So from that perspective, I don't see that being a good area to do that. And then everything else is within the state right of way, which I don't have any control over. So unless, I won't put sheriff on the spot, but I don't have really any great solutions to this, to be honest.
The only thing I can think of is maybe, if we can just get some video message boards out there on either side of it, telling people there's going to be pedestrian traffic and slow down, because I've talked to Zypers before. They have flaggers at their driveway and they try to flag people in to park in, they have a decent sized parking area. They try to flag people in, but once one person parks on the road, everybody starts parking on the road. And they don't know how to change that. And so regardless of what we want, there's going to be pedestrian traffic out there. So I think maybe just getting some video message boards up there on either side to say, slow down, pedestrian traffic ahead, something like that might be the thing to try for this year. Because, I mean, we go out, we do extra enforcement, all these, yeah, and we had the state patrol out. They did a special project out there last year. But that didn't stop people from parking on the road. That didn't stop people from walking next to the road. And it only slows people down for the period of time that we're out there. So, and just like the Prairie Creek Road issue, I mean, we can't just have somebody dedicated just to that one space in the county every weekend for 4 weeks.
Well, I think that was one of the things that the DOT said as well, is that if we were to establish, say, a no parking zone area along that stretch, that the county would be responsible for enforcing that.
But they were allowing that? They were allowing us to step into that jurisdiction?
Yeah, I'd have to go back to how that worked. I thought there was something that we'd have to basically approve it and then set the signs and enforce it.
Sheriff Kennedy, have we had personal injuries occur there?
We've had accidents there several times. I don't recall having a pedestrian accident, but we've had car versus car accidents there for any number of reasons. Cars pulling off Schuler Heights, cars slowing down, getting rear-ended, that kind of thing.
Could we put up an electronic billboard that says you may not park on the shoulder? I mean, is there anything we can do that's different than last year? We know they're going to have that many more folks out there with all things. Everything is outdoors is up, and this is certainly something that I don't want to be here 6 months from now saying we should have, could have, what's one more thing, strategy we could employ. I think we want to bring that right now to see if there's something we can do to make it that little bit safer.
I'd be curious on the sheriff's opinion on this, but I think if we put that up, we can't say it in sort of an enforcement way because you can't enforce it. You could, advise advise not to park on the shoulder or something like that. But if you say do not park on the shoulder, that to me signifies that it's a violation that can be enforced.
Yeah, and I guess it comes down to consistency also, because I mean, there's no state law against leaving your car on the shoulder of the road. Harley can attest to that. People can leave their car on the shoulder of a road for up to 3 days before we do anything with it. And that's how we treat any other vehicle that's left on the side of the road in the county. And I understand that there's this is a little bit different situation, but also, when it comes down to consistency on how we enforce things and how we do things, I mean, we wouldn't bother anybody else if they were parked on the side of the road for 2 hours.
Supervisor Potoff, any thoughts?
I think probably just going with the message boards, trying to get people slowed down. It is 3 lanes there. Is there a way the state would narrow that down to 2 lane? Like they would on a 4 lane per se, cone it off where that inside lane, which would be your northbound lane, would be basically blocked off. That would give the pedestrians at least a little safety buffer, and just use the 2 southbound lanes, one for north and one for southbound, if that would be an option, Joe, or?
I I think you were gonna do that. I think you're probably better off blocking off one of the southbound lanes, Harley, rather than transferring traffic over to the other side of the center line. Because there's 3 lanes, or the third lane is a southbound lane.
Right, there's 2 southbound lanes, basically because of the hill, but I'm thinking a lot of the parking is on the northbound side. They're parking on both sides, but.
Right. But what I'm saying is I think we're kind of inviting disaster if we try to push northbound traffic into a southbound lane. I think we're better off if we're going to reduce the number of lanes. I think you're better off reducing one of the southbound lanes or the outside southbound lane and just running the one southbound, one northbound.
Okay,
Because
just an idea, maybe I don't know, it would cause people to slow down somewhat, and if you had the message boards up, it's a short distance, a half mile to a mile, it's not gonna really affect travel time that much.
Right. I mean, it's, and I would think that people that, most of the offenders down there are probably people that live down south. They're not just people that are driving through tourists and stuff. They're people that live are driving back and forth to like Bellevue and St. Donatus and that. So I mean, most of those people I would think are well aware of the situation there in the fall, and probably have a certain comfort level with it, which is why they, choose to drive the way they do through there.
And I could talk to the Office of Traffic and Safety at the DOT and see if there's any potential solutions, similar to what you're saying. I think if they want to revise a 3-lane to 2-lane situation, they're probably going to frown upon that because it's such a temporary time of year. Unless they could do some, I don't know, we'll have to come up with something on that. But if it was like a year-round problem, I could see that being a good solution to kind of revise the traffic lane configuration through there. But I'll talk to them, and they're out of Ames, and see if there's anything that they can come up with about whether it be signage or anything to help improve the situation.
So what about one additional question, kind of maybe out of the ballpark, but it's the season apparently, to out of the ballpark puns. So could we ask Zyper to apply for a special event permit? I mean, what they're creating, and I congratulate them on their success, and am not trying to any way impinge upon that, but is there anything that we could do to ask them to special event permit? Would that allow us to do some of these things that we're talking about? Put up cones, direct traffic, bring down speed limits?
Well, and just to touch on that, and I guess I don't recall if this was on the agenda today or not, because Zypers actually want to be part of the conversation. They want to help come up with a solution for this. Obviously, it affects their business, and they want to be a partner with the county in finding a successful solution to this.
All right.
So I think
we'll get it on as a work session. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
It's good to know. So we'll get it scheduled. This was just intended to be under just general discussion. So just a thought.
Yeah.
But let's get it back and find out when those folks might be interested in coming in. Did you want to approach them, Sheriff Kennedy, or should our office do that?
I've got an email address for them, so I can shoot them an email and let them know that
okay.
they'll be looking to
super.
Next week. Is that what you're thinking?
You coordinate that with Dawn, probably sooner rather than later, just because it's going to be the season.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Anthony.
All right, thank you.
The next, I guess at this point.
I just have one other question, Anthony, maybe for a future work session, the law change related to C grade roads and gated roads.
Yeah.
When do you plan to maybe update us on that?
Absolutely. I'm glad you brought that up because I had a conversation with a couple of different engineers, county engineers that are connected through our legislative liaison, and the interpretation is access to access, which is entrance to entrance. So there was some confusion. Does it access to access mean intersection to intersection? No, it's actually entrance to entrance. So basically, they're like, if you got any Class C roads and you got an intersection on one side, and you better go slapping an entrance on the other side of the Class C portion, otherwise you're going to be opening them up. That's a quick interpretation of it, but that's what I've been told.
Generally, do you have an assessment of what that means for Dubuque County?
Yes, and that means I need to go out and assess, do we have entrances on either side of the Class C roads? And if so, or segments, if so, then they're legal. If they're just Class C segments and there's no entrances in between the intersections, then we've got to open them up.
Okay. Thank you.
You're talking residential.
It could be anything. It could be field access. It could be residential. So I will do some more research on that and bring it back on a work session.
Okay. We did get a piece of correspondence from Mr. Potter,
Yeah.
and so he had asked to have the county attorney weigh in on it as well, about the Class C roads that involve his property.
Yeah, I want to talk to CJ about it. I want to talk to ISAC council, see what their opinion is of it. I trust the couple county engineers I talked to about it, but I want to make sure that, we're talking legal as well, so before we proceed with this. So.
Thank you.
Yep.
Is there anything more for the engineer?
I have nothing.
None for me? I'll make a motion to recess till 9.
I will second.
Motion is second to recess until 9. All in favor say aye.
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 Aye, we are in recess.
Thank you, Anthony.
Thank you.
Very good. I believe we are now recording. It's 9 a.m. Bring the Dubuque County Board of Supervisors into our formal meeting session on Monday, August 2nd, 2021 at 9 a.m. We are in the Dubuque, our board chambers here at the Dubuque County Courthouse on 4th floor, but we are also on Zoom. And we do have several citizens and staff people who have joined us both in the boardroom and on Zoom as well. We begin the agenda with time for public comments. If there's anyone who would like to address the board on matters which are on the agenda and you'd like to speak about them, you may do so at this time. We ask that you state your name and home address and that your remarks be limited to 3 minutes. We will pause to see if anyone wants to use the Zoom functions, which would be chat or raise your hand. And otherwise, if anyone wishes to approach the podium here, we'll pause for just a moment. There's no one approaching the podium, and we do not have anyone indicating they wish to speak in the virtual world, so we'll move on. The first item on our agenda is always the proclamations. We do not have any today. Next are the approval of the minutes of the meeting of July 26th. If anyone had any comments or changes necessary?
I did not see any changes needed. I would make a motion to approve the minutes.
I will second that.
Motion is second to approve the minutes of July 26th. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, that motion carries. We next have consent items. These may be acted upon by a single motion, or they may be separated if someone wishes to bring them forward. Do we have the county assessor and the city assessor with us? I talked to our county assessor and asked him to be present. It's the first time he will have presented these to us. And if we had any questions or any context, Supervisor Potoff, I didn't know if you wanted to learn anything about how these are done or reported to us or anything.
I think I understand it. It's all about the homestead and military tax credits, or homestead credits, property taxes, correct?
Okay. Yes. Do we want to hear from either assessor?
Sure.
All right. We'll begin with Billy Selby. Billy, good morning.
Good morning. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. I have issues with that sometimes on Zoom, so it's nice when I can work. Yeah, so again, this is my first time doing this, so to be honest with you, we're kind of reverse engineering some of this stuff. But the quick and dirty of it is we take the applications for the assorted exemptions and credits, and we put those in a manageable form for you and submit that on that Excel sheet. And then there's the only thing that'd be slightly odd on that is the last tab on that Excel sheet is ones that are disallowals, and anything that's a disallowance is based off or is noted on the form why it's disallowed, and those people will need to be notified. But everything else should be pretty straightforward, I believe.
Billy, in your letter, you indicate that we should follow up with them. Are you saying that the Board of Supervisors needs to write to these folks who have disallowed exemption requests, or is that something that you do? Who's going to take the lead on that?
My understanding is that runs through Dawn and through the board. Troy may be able to give more information on that one.
Sure. Can everybody hear me fine?
Yes.
Okay. So the only ones that will need to be sent out via the board from you would be for the disallowances. And I believe in the past that was something that Tracy or Tanya had. They've got a canned Word document that will fit into all of these recommendations for disallowances that get sent out. It's in the code somewhere that it says that the supervisors send out the disallowances. We're recommending these for disallowances, which is why we need the approval from you to recommend the allowance and disallowances for today. So that's all. That's Tracy or Tanya will be able to take the lead with that, and maybe Dawn knows too on that, but,
Dawn, did you want to just give a statement as well?
Yeah, they are both correct. We do send out just the disallowances letters, because the board is approving them. We put them from the office of the Board of Supervisors. So we'll have those sent out this week, once approved.
Did we have questions or comments for the assessors?
I'll make a motion to approve the consent items as presented, both A and B,
I will second.
and C as well, for the liquor license.
I will second.
The motion is second to approve the consent items. All in favor say aye.
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 Aye, that motion carries. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
thank you. Have a good day.
Next on the agenda are procurement procedures. I just have a few more months to get that right. We do not have any in any event. Next are public hearings. We also do not have any, nor do we have approval of plats. So we are on to item number 7, which are action items. The board may approve, deny, or table any action item. The first is a resolution to approve the hiring of deputies, assistants, and clerks. I believe the folks before us are all at Sunnycrest.
I would make a motion to approve the resolution for the hiring.
And I will second that.
Motion is second to approve the hiring at Sunnycrest. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, that motion carries. Next resolution is to authorize the submittal of a fund application for traffic safety, temporary traffic control signals. Did we have any questions?
Only if Anthony wanted to give us a little context, that'd be helpful.
So this comes from the TSIP, it's what they call the TSIP fund with the Iowa DOT. It's a grant opportunity for us to submit for different types of traffic control devices. So this would be for a set of mobile traffic signals that we could use for work zone areas. If we have to close down a stretch of road, like a one lane, and then leave it closed overnight, you can use these signals for that kind of situation. The safety funds we are applying for is about $55,450 for a set of these signals. So it would be no cost to the county. It's this pool of funding that every county is eligible to apply to. So we're giving it a shot, and we applied last year and we were not accepted for this. So we're going to try it again this year.
Are questions or comments for Anthony?
I love the arrow pointing to Dubuque County on the application. Nice.
I'd like to see that on every map.
All roads lead to Dubuque. I will make a motion to approve the resolution.
I will second.
Motion is second to approve the resolution. All in favor say aye.
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 Aye, that motion carries. Thank you. Next is the application, or I guess in any event, it's a motion to approve the temporary delayed travel restrictions on county roads for August 29th for the second annual Research for the Kids UTV ride. I was happy to see that they did apply for the permit this year. That was nice. Also, just in comments, note that the amount of expected participants, this is kind of a whopper ride. They expect there to be 280 to 300 UTVs out in the path, and they're going to need help crossing Highway 151. Anybody have any concerns? It's got all the signatures from Sheriff's Department and the Roads Department, Anthony. This is the first of its kind that we're going to try to get folks to cross a major highway.
It was rather large last year. Obviously, it didn't cross any major highways that I'm aware of. I think it was all in the northern portion of the county. I had talked with Doug last year, and obviously there was issues that, and suggested trying to break it up into smaller groups because it was very large again last year. I'm not sure how he's got it planned. I didn't see the application on this one.
Is the sheriff still with us?
Yep. I'm here.
Sheriff Kennedy, this is going to be potentially major disruption from noon to 6 p.m. How do we handle this with staffing at the county?
Well, I mean, anytime we have any other type of rides, I mean, they're kind of left to their own devices to get to where they need to go. We don't monitor any other car rides or bike rides or anything else like that. You know, if they need help getting across the road, they have to request assistance, and they have to let us know what time they need the assistance. I mean, we don't just stand by, wait for people to trickle across all day. So, you know, it wouldn't be any different than the other motorcycle rides or anything else that we get out here on a regular basis.
Are they going under Highway 20 at Farley and at Dyersville?
I don't think they're going to be.
Well, they're not, I don't think they're going to Dyersville, Harley. I think they're going, it looks like
Or Farley and Epworth, I guess, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like they're going up Placid Road, which is goes under the highway, and then, yeah, so I mean, I don't think that that's an issue.
So they're actually not crossing 20, they'd be going underneath it both times, so.
Yeah, either under it, or actually it looks like they're probably going over it at, I can't remember what the street name is, but where Farley Road comes into the south side there before you take that frontage road.
Okay,
There's that overpass there.
yeah.
Anthony, did you have any reservation about this?
You know, from the perspective of, do we have any construction activities happening on those routes? You know, nothing. So I didn't have any reservations as far as that goes. And, you know, I'm glad that they did submit for a permit and not send 500 UTVs out there and nobody knows anything about it. So, yeah, I'm kind of with the sheriff. It said they're just kind of left to their own devices and they have to monitor themselves.
And if I could just add one thing, and too, I do appreciate the fact that Dirty Ernie's took the necessary steps to get the permit this year. So I'd like to commend them on that and hope that they continue to do so in the future.
Yeah, I hope it's a great ride. I hope it's just all successful, absolutely, that they have a beautiful day for it. So welcome the application and the request for closure. Is anyone who wishes to make a motion to approve?
I would make a motion to approve the resolution for the temporary delayed travel restrictions.
And I will second that.
We have a motion and a second to approve the resolution. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, that motion carries. Thank you, Anthony and Sheriff Kennedy. The next resolution concerns, these are the resurfacing projects. These are funded through the county funds, is that correct? Okay. Does anyone have any questions? For a motion to approve the resolution with the City of Graff.
I'll make the motion to approve.
I will second.
Motion is second to approve the resolution with the City of Graff for Lola Lane resurfacing. All in favor say aye.
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 Aye, that motion carries. Next is the resolution with the City of Luxembourg for curb and seal coating project.
I make the motion to approve the resolution for Luxembourg.
And I will second that.
Motion is second to approve the resolution. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, that motion carries. Next resolution is to approve the agreement with City of New Vienna for Smith Street and Country Drive resurfacing project.
I will make a motion to approve.
I will second.
Motion is second. All in favor say aye.
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 Aye, that motion carries. The next is the resolution to accept the dedication of the entire length of Robinhood Drive as a county road did we wish to have any comment from county engineer?
Please.
Well, this resolution is to officially accept the very last segment of Robinhood Drive that has been private. And it's been clearly private as far as, it was resurfaced and paid for by the residents, maybe 20 years ago or so. That said, we've been plowing it. So it's sort of like this pseudo quasi kind of thing. But we need it to, as far as to get turned around. It's not that much extra length for us to maintain. We have the signatures from, I think, everyone except for one resident back there, but I believe they were not available or moving or something like that. So I think there's good support for this. And as far as zoning goes, it'd be my recommendation that we take this as step one so we can officially approve an entrance permit, so zoning can get going on their end of things. And I've spoken to Tammy and Angie about that, and I think they would agree that this is kind of the starting step here.
So the name Robin Hood, who's robbing from who? I have no more questions.
Okay.
I listened in on the zoning meeting about this as well, and it does seem like somebody needs to move first here to get this. I think they approved it subject to our approval.
Sure.
I'd make a motion to approve the dedication.
And I will second that.
Motion and second approving the dedication of the entire length of Robinhood Drive as a county road. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, that motion carries. Next is the approval of a $10,000 purchase of service, or our new program. This regards Epworth's application for CAT grant. And we have a work session on the program overall later this afternoon, just later this morning. Do we have anyone from?
Sandy Gassman is online at least.
Is Sandy on?
Yes, I'm here.
Good morning, Sandy. Is it convenient to discuss this now, or would you, we could move it until we have further discussion about the grant program overall?
Well, we have a deadline at the end of August where we have to apply for our CAT grant. And so the sooner the better for us, just so that we know that we've got this to finish out the application.
Absolutely, and I think we will be likely taking action today. You're just kind of caught up in process. We have a work session at 10:45 this morning. So why don't we hear from you now, and then if we can decide or not, we'll see if there's a motion. But why don't you go ahead and tell us what you wish us to have us know.
Well, the project is for a splash pad. The purpose of the splash pad, of course, is for the kids to have a place to cool down, especially on the hot days that we have in the summer. We feel like, well, if I back up, when I first became mayor, there was a study that went out with from Iowa State University. And one of the areas that the city of Epworth ranked really low on was amenities. And if we want to attract people to come to our town so that we can stimulate building and stimulate purchases for our businesses and to grow as a city, then I think we need to work on that. And this is one of the amenities that we can add. I talked to Larry Silker one day, and he's all in favor of it. He says it brings people in. He says he's thrilled with the idea that that it comes, that we'd have something like that, as well as the other projects that we're working on in the city. So if you have any questions, I can try to answer them, but I don't want to spend a lot of time going on about, I mean, I've got numbers and I've got, but I think you've probably got all those too, so.
I believe we do.
And Sandy, is the total project still in the 350,000 to 400,000 range?
Yes.
So Dubuque County's contribution will be very small, important, but small in the whole scope of the project.
Right, right. And it does allow us to apply for that CAT grant. And that's what, Community Attraction and Tourism or something like that. And that will give us we cannot apply for that grant without having county support. And so this is the county support that we're looking for.
Very good, thank you.
I would just ask Stella Rundy, is there anything about the information and the presentation that we've had at this morning that needs to be further developed as part of your proposal that we're going to take up at 10:45?
Good morning. For this one is unique with the CAT grant. It requires county support for them to even apply. And what we're doing here is committing that the county has support of $10,000 if they are to get the grant. So I think we have time to develop how that looks. They just need our commitment today.
Thank you.
All in favor of it? I mean,
Yeah, I think it seems like a great project. It seems like it's pretty easy lift for the county, and if it's required for them to move forward to try to get additional grant funding from outside the community, outside the county, that's exactly what we should be supporting.
Is there anyone who wishes to make a motion at this time to approve the application?
I'd make the motion to approve the application.
And I will second that.
A motion, a second, to approve the application from the City of Epworth for assistance in their CAT grant application. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, that motion carries. Thank you, Sandy. I appreciate all your patience as well.
Oh, thank you very much. And I apologize for missing the previous meeting where we were on the agenda.
That is no problem at all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sandy.
Okay, next on the agenda, we have communications. We have two communications. Pardon?
I think resolution I, one more.
One more in the.
Maybe your agenda, printed agenda is not updated, but resolution to approve the lease for City of Dubuque Juvenile Court Service.
Very good. I do
Department.
not have that on my agenda. Printed too early. Okay. So, is there discussion about this?
I think, Dawn, did you negotiate this?
Well, this is the original. We have requested for the city consideration for a 6-month lease and also a year lease with no increase. They have not responded. They have not responded to that request, but we do have this on for consideration.
That request was made Thursday or Friday.
Well, I think we've made that in public months ago, but,
No, we've never asked them for a 6-month lease.
We tabled
that piece,
the one before.
the percentage increase, the timeline correct, but the dollar amount, this board has asked for a zero amount in previous years.
Correct.
Have not received that. We once again asked this year, did not receive that. But, knowing the City of Dubuque and their wonderful partnerships, we should be happy to be there.
Could I ask the county attorney to come to the podium for some legal questions? CJ, we have a lease with the City of Dubuque that was a 1-year lease and should have renewed on the 1st of July. We've taken no action. Where does that place the county in legal standing?
Well, I would guess at this point, it would just go month to month. It's probably, unless it says something to the contrary. I don't know if I've looked at that one lately. There's been quite a few going across my desk, so it doesn't strike me, but that would be most likely what it would revert to at this point.
So we're either in a month-to-month lease or we're in a legal holdover.
Right.
So depends upon the language that's in the contract itself.
Yes. I wouldn't think that they would be throwing out the juvenile court folks, but I guess technically, if there is no, just, there you go.
There's the holdover language.
There you go, month to month, yeah.
We have to have an agreement to be month to month, I think that,
What kind of city?
isn't that the understanding that the landlord and the tenant would be in agreement?
I think when the language coupled with the receipt of the specified rental, I think if you're paying, I think is what that is referring to. So the payment, I think, constitutes that.
County attorney, wouldn't you think it'd be just unique or strange that we're asking the county attorney for discussions related to a lease with the city of Dubuque, one of our strongest partners? Wouldn't the city want to communicate directly with us? Do you think that would be normal course of business?
According to their notes, I mean, this isn't, I really just need you to
Yeah.
lay this out, where we are. We are,
I need Dawn to lay it out as well. She's been trying to
and
work with.
she'll be
the
here.
city.
So 5 weeks into this, and we have no signed lease and no agreement with them of any kind. And they haven't billed us, because they can't bill us the new amount.
Have we had
We
any
haven't paid
communication?
anything.
Any communication?
Last week, we requested, because staff has been working with Supervisor Potoff at options of maybe no longer leasing the space and consolidating some of them. So that's why we asked for consideration of a 6-month lease through December.
Have we received any communication back from the city?
No, we have not.
We have
That
not
was just
received-
last week.
Just
We
last
just
week.
last week had our first communication, 5 weeks into a lease.
I think it's public. The supervisors have discussed this when we go back to the minutes, months ago, if not 6 months ago, and if not last year as well. They just didn't honor our request. So I mean, I don't think it's new. So anyway, I think we should be able to communicate with the city of Dubuque related to this
But we
agreement, right?
haven't. That's the point. We haven't had communication with them,
Sounds like
and now we are 5 weeks
We have,
into
and
this.
they haven't responded. That would be appropriate, right? You've
The
tried.
latest,
Again, it was just last week that we
right, it
asked
was
for
like Thursday
consideration
or
of-
Friday,
for
so
options for this.
they really haven't had time to even
The
respond.
two other options we've communicated in the past related to other issues, correct? So this isn't the first communication.
For past leases?
For this
This
lease
one was
related to the
tabled
dollar
in June.
amount,
Yeah, this was
related to the
tabled.
dollar amount.
Correct.
In March for budgeting and other issues, we've been talking about this percent increase for quite a while, right?
I did not communicate with them in March with the budget. You did have discussions as a board, but we never communicated anything at that time. And then I reached out to them last week for the 2 other considerations for the 6-month and then the
But
year
that
with
wasn't
no
the
increase.
first time, that's what I'm saying. We didn't first start negotiating this lease last week.
Yes, we did.
When did
I'm
they?
asking Dawn.
Well,
send
we
the
brought
lease?
this forward
That was
to
in
you in
June, wasn't it?
June
Right, this
3rd.
was tabled in June. You tabled this in June.
Okay.
So we didn't have
Couple months.
communications with them.
We tabled it in June, and then we took no further action until the city contacted us and said, where's the lease? We can't bill you. You never signed the lease.
Correct.
So we're in a holdover status, right?
Mhm.
Nobody's getting evicted, maybe that's
Fair.
coming later today.
So
Nobody's
that-
getting evicted.
Yeah, that wasn't my understanding what we were gonna do. I thought we were going to, in
Right.
June, start talking to the city related to, one, a 0% increase and our other needs. So I'm there now, so I would still request that we get a 0% increase for this property. I think that's, I don't see the need for a year-over-year 3% increase on government property to government with our best partner. So that's where I would be. So I'm not interested in approving this at this point for myself.
And the reality is that we are 5 weeks beyond a lease. And we still expect us to negotiate. We've been negotiating for 2 business days.
We can always pay more. I mean, that's a choice.
We-
Just pay more, get in front of the documents, come in front of you, and you just sign them and you pay more.
I
And we've
would-
been doing that. I would propose not. I would ask the
right.
city of Dubuque, why do we need to pay more
And so,
for, as a partner? That'd be my request.
in light of the fact that we're trying to get our space needs and assessments done and look like we have a plan and a way to go about this, I would suggest we enter into this lease and clear this off our records. It's just 1 year, right? We're kind of upside down in negotiation with the city on this because we're only negotiating now because they sent us a memo last week and said, what's up, right?
And Dawn reached out to them last Thursday, I think, or Friday, asking for a 6-month lease, because we do have a possible site that would be available January 1st.
which I don't know anything about.
Right.
So one supervisor
I
goes
think-
all of it.
I think what we need to do is to table this right now until the city gets back to us, hopefully this week. Like I said, if Dawn just sent it Friday, well, it's Monday morning. They didn't have a lot of time to discuss it with anybody either, to see if they'd go for a 6-month lease. So I'd say let's table this for a week until, we'll see if they'll give us a 6-month.
And then, so I'm happy with that. I'm glad, thank you for doing that. What's your thought, or what's the board thought on 0% versus 3% versus another percent increase? I'm at 0. I think we've done that with the Nestler Center in the private industry numerous times, but for some reason, the public, the city of Dubuque, always gets an increase.
Right.
And so I'm at 0. What's your thought for going back to the city?
So here's where I am. You know, I understand you have business acumen, and that's what you do all day long. But I am unfamiliar with the strategy where you hold over on a lease and then attempt to negotiate different terms and different pricing. They have been with us since June 3rd. This was communicated to us, what they wished. I don't think that that's a smart, sound business strategy for us to negotiate our leases like that.
The government's really not business at all. So, I mean, it's our best partner, charging us more each and every year, and we don't do that on the DLAC, you know, other leases we have with the city, and so, and we don't do that with private either. So I just find it odd that our best government partner would always want more for basically the same thing. I mean, it's a small amount. It's not gonna break either government, but I would just love the partner for once to show consideration and maybe a friendly attitude towards the county. And sometimes that's dollars and cents.
But to have no conversation with them.
I'm asking a conversation for you. I'm asking my colleagues.
From June 3rd to August 2nd, and to say that that's them being disrespectful to us, or is that us not bringing our A?
This has been multiple years. It's been multiple years we've asked this. You could roll the tape, you hear my story multiple years.
What do you want to do, Harley?
I would move to table it until next week to see if they will respond to Dawn's request regarding the 6-month lease. Personally, I would like to see no increase in the rent, but
I will second that motion to table with the terms you described. Personally, 6 months, and personally like to also see no increase. So I would echo your words.
I don't know.
And second your motion.
The motion can't be filled with, I don't believe, personal best wishes.
Well, we have the county attorney right at the podium.
If I could just ask you to restate your motion so
I
we're
would
clear.
make the motion to table until next week and see if the city responds to Dawn's request.
What's her request?
To see if they'll go with the 6-month lease.
And no consideration or discussion related to the dollar amount?
I'm not sure what Dawn had put in her.
I don't think it's Dawn's decision. I think she's looking for us to tell her what to do.
I asked them for 2 additional considerations, a 6-month and a year with no increase. And he has to run it up his chain of command, obviously. So those are the 2 other options that I had requested from them.
Right.
So which option are we presenting?
We're just tabling this until they reply to Dawn's message.
You may have 3
week.
options.
Yeah, I didn't see your message, so
Yeah.
that's why I'm unclear. So, you know, now I think I understand generally there's multiple messages to them and multiple options.
Correct.
Right?
That's what I
Okay.
had requested.
Sounds good. So I'm all in favor of tabling and then letting those other options that I haven't really seen play out.
So what is your motion?
To table until next week until we get a reply from the city on Dawn's latest message on the 6-month lease or year lease.
And I will second that. I think that's a wonderful motion.
We have a motion and a second to table until next week.
Yes, that's correct.
Is that the motion, just to
Yes.
table until next week?
Yes.
So it will come back regardless of any response?
Well, if we don't have a response, I guess we'll have to table it again. But I'm assuming they will respond during the week here.
We've tabled things numerous times, Supervisor McDonough. What's the issue? What's your
Make sure
question?
that we have a motion that Mary can put into the minutes.
Mary, do you have a motion you can put in the minutes?
Actually, all you're doing is taking action on this resolution, so all you're doing is tabling the resolution, period.
Sounds good to
There you
me.
go. We have a motion and a second to table this resolution, is that correct?
Yes.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, the motion carries. The resolution is tabled. Next are communications. We have a manure management plan for Mcdermott Farms. We also have a report from the jail dorm renovations. Does anyone wish to take action on those?
I would make a motion to receive and file the manure management plan.
I will second.
Motion and a second to receive and file the manure management plan. All in favor say aye.
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 Aye, that motion carries. Next is the jail dorm renovations, received as communication.
They are making progress with the, project, so, I don't know, I will make a motion to receive and file unless someone wanted more, I believe you both would have received the information.
I will second that, and thank you for the communication and pictures. Tells a good story.
I have a motion and a second to receive and file. I'd like to just make a comment and ask my colleagues a question. Is this the way we wish to have dorm renovations come before us, updates through receive and file communications? Is that how we want this to happen?
Better than nothing, no communication, so that was my comment, but I was happy to receive communication and see pictures and updates.
I think that.
But is your question, should we do more? Is that what you're asking?
Well, I think it's kind of a weighty subject to just get something that we're going to receive and file, unless somebody is on this and knowing what the progress is. I mean, I've not had any communication with the sheriff about this project in many months. So I'm fine with what we're doing today, but I'm not satisfied this is the way forward.
I think any supervisor, if they want to know more, that's why we're elected, is to learn about more. So if any one of us wants to have additional information, I think that's a really fair request and should be honored. At the same time, you know, Anthony can attest, we do, you know, somewhere in the neighborhood of $12 million construction every year, capital items, and Stella could probably comment on the other capital items, and the level of detail related to those project status and management is not extensive. So I wouldn't say this is anything unusual. But if any of us want additional information, that's why we're here to ask, and that's why we have good staff to provide it.
Yeah, I guess I'm satisfied with this. I mean, I think it lays it out very well where they're at with the project and how things are moving. I guess if Joe wanted to do it in a work session, or Mike, and we're using up a lot of their time to basically give us the information that we got this way. I can go either way with it. As long as we got an update and we kind of know what's going on, I'm fine with it.
Okay. We have a motion and a second to receive and file the report about the jail dorm renovation. All in favor say aye.
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 Aye, that motion carries. Next, we are at appointments, and could I have Dr. Ann Cameron-Williams just go to the podium for a moment? We have one applicant for the Disabilities Council, and the application that was provided, the gentleman lives in Marion, Iowa, which would be Lynn County. He's not a Dubuque County citizen, and that's an unusual thing for us. So I just wanted to, is there something unique about Mr. Rubel that adds some expertise to the council that you wish to have him be seated?
Thank you for this opportunity to explain this. When Jason Rubel, who works in Dubuque County for the vocational rehab in Dubuque, and he's working with a lot of the people with disabilities in the high schools and other that are also adults and just in the workforce. He has a lived experience with disability, so he brings both a professional and a personal experience to the council, potentially. I did check with Ed Raybor on the regulations, because at first I saw he was from Marion. I was like, oh, I'm so sorry. And then after council, it turns out that we do not have a regulation for this disabilities council that requires residence in Dubuque County. So within that, we reestablished his application to the board, and I heartily recommend him to be considered for appointment.
Any questions?
Is there any other applicants that, from Dubuque County that were omitted or would be, that were not included in this application process?
No, sir,
Okay.
this is the only person that came in from out of our county.
Thank you. And you would recommend appointment of Jason Rubel?
I would.
I'll make a motion to appoint Jason Rubel to the boards and commissions for the Disabilities Council.
I will second.
We have a motion and a second to appoint Jason Rubel to the Disabilities Council. All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye, that motion carries. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ann.
Next item is just the open vacancies. Is there comment?
I think, did we miss one of the trustees?
Yes.
Yeah, I had that on the agenda, but somehow it is no longer on the agenda, but it was in the packet.
I'm staring at Kurt Schmidt's
Yeah, it was-
application right now.
yeah, it
How
was
would
in
you
the
like,
packet.
how would you like to proceed? Can we get, appoint
Let's-
Kurt?
It wasn't listed on the agenda.
It wasn't on the agenda, so I'll have to wait till next week.
Oh, I'm so disappointed.
Yeah.
Thank goodness, we meet weekly.
I put it on there, I don't know where it went.
All right, case of the missing application. Move on to personnel requisitions. We have one requisition for a clerk for
Can we
our county
back up?
attorney's office.
How is it not on the agenda and I'm looking at it? I don't have magical powers. So I'm just kind of going back to like, wait, hold on, I'm looking at the agenda. I'm looking at the agenda from our website, and it is right there. I just clicked on it.
It says that there's a trustee on the.
Appointee number 2, Concord trustee, township trustee, Kurt Schmidt to fill the vacancy ending 12/22. And then I click on it, and I can see all the information.
Is that what you have?
So it's on our agenda, it's published.
On the agenda.
That's not, it's published on the website right now,
I guess
so I
it's a
think
matter
we
of when you print off the agenda.
Oh, yeah, that's all.
Is when you find out what's on the agenda.
I think if it's printed on the website, unless county attorney, how would you interpret? If it's on the website and live and active right now and I can click on it and so can the public, is that the
clear then
agenda?
that it's published. Let's move forward. Is there anyone who would like to make a motion to approve the application?
I'd make the motion to approve, Kurt Schmidt to the, what county, or what, Concord trustee.
I will second that.
Motion is second to approve, the application for trustee. All in favor say aye.
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 Aye. And thank Kurt very much for stepping forward. All right, what's the agenda say next?
Open vacancies, current vacancies. You're right on that one.
Okay, and we didn't have any questions, so moving on, what is next? Are we now down to published agenda for the personnel requisition?
Right there.
All right. CJ, do you want to go back to the podium? I think we have tabled this a time or two.
And my appreciation for that. Just a little history here for the support staff. When I started in the beginning of 2019, we had 6 total support staff. There were 3 full-time and 3 part-time. Since that time, of those 6 folks, 5 have retired. And we have painstakingly, as we've gone along, replaced them. Currently, the spot that we're looking to fill is the last of the 3 part-time people to retire. About a year ago, one of the part-timers had retired, and we replaced her with a full-time person. So then that basically put us about a half a person ahead at that point in time. So since then, now we've had the other 2 part-time, one retired in March, one just last week, and I guess now we're a half down, I suppose by mathematics in that sense. I had indicated a year ago that my feeling was that when the last 2 part-timers retired, then we would replace them with one full-time person. So they each were working let's see here, 56 hours a pay period. So 112 between the two of them. Obviously, if we go to a full-timer, that's only 80 hours. And I realize, you know, a concern of full-time is the cost of the benefit package, if you will. And maybe I've done my math inappropriately here, but I think if there's about a $16,000 savings to have one full-time person and on the hourly basis as compared to having two part-timers. So that would fundamentally cover the benefit package. So if we would do this as I'm foreseeing here, then we would have 5 total people in the support staff pool. They would all be full-time. The part-time thing just is difficult because of the way the workload goes. You know, Wednesday's a big kind of a day. We do all the traffic cases, so that docket has to be done by Tuesday, of course. So we've always had some difficulty shifting that around because when people wanted to work, not Tuesday, but Wednesday, Thursday, Friday or something, well, we needed somebody there Tuesday to do the Wednesday thing. So every time we turned around, they weren't there on the day you needed them kind of to be there, for lack of a better description. Fridays is a big day for trials. On Mondays to finish up the subpoenas or issue the subpoenas. So it would seem to me that this would be the best way to go. Like I say, basically when the day is done, we're up a half of a person. But again, we did replace the part-timer last year with a full-time person. So it just seems, and you probably are well aware that this last 2 weeks has been a little difficult on the criminal docket. We've had 3 murders, 1 very, very, serious shooting, and there was an armed robbery by firearm last night. So those cases, needless to say, as they go through the process, take longer. There's way more support needed for those cases, as you can probably well imagine. So, and we have the 3 transcriptionists who are not within these 6 that I'm referencing, and over the course of the last couple of years, with a couple of those being replaced, we have, with their skill set, they've been very helpful. They're very qualified. They do a great job with like trial support and getting things ready, documents copied. A lot of things, everything's electronic nowadays, so they're extremely helpful. So that's worked out real well for us. So that's basically where we're at here. I would imagine that we'll have, with the last time, we'll probably have quite a bit of interest in the position. So I don't foresee it being open very long, frankly. So your permission, that would be my request. That would get us, we'd be down to 5 total people, 5 full-time people. I think it would work well.
Does anyone have questions?
I do not, thank you.
Obviously, the part-time issue is a problem all over. We've dealt with it in several places.
In some scenarios, it really works well. If you're just kind of filling in for people that aren't there on vacation and things, that's sort of the purpose of it. But, when they're really positions or employees that you rely upon, that the work that, it just has to be done on these certain time schedules. And when they're just not there because it's just not their day to work, it's just very difficult. It really is. So, thank you.
I would make a motion to approve the hiring of the clerk for the county attorney's office.
And I will second that.
We have a motion and a second. This clearly is a budget implication. Stella, are you also fine with this going on? It's a budget improvement. Any other questions? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, that motion carries. Now we are at the time for public comment. If anyone wishes to address the board, they may do so at this time. Virtually, you'll raise your hand or enter a comment in chat. If anyone in the boardroom wishes to address the board, they may do so by coming to the podium. We'll hold for a moment. We do not have anyone addressing the podium here. Dawn, anyone virtually? No? Very good. So we are on to our 9:45 work session unless someone wishes to ask for a brief recess. Hearing nothing? Are we good?
Yep.
All right. Mary, are we all okay?
Assuming our 9:45 is ready.
Yes. Very good. Welcome, Michaela.
Hello, can you guys hear me okay? Good. I am Michaela Freiberger. In today's capacity, I'm wearing my Dubuque County Energy District hat. And so I'm going to say go ahead to the next slide there, Dawn. And today we're just going to kind of update what has happened since I've been here in November and what's happened since I've been hired in September. And I really think that it's important to bring to you these conversations today and continuously, as we have many residents that we are engaging with and community partners who may not have the capacity to come and present to you as frequently as we do. So again, we are going to kind of go over the Energy District movement, a little bit about us, and bring everyone up to speed as to some updates, what we're looking at doing into the future, and what we need to do to continue our conversation, especially with you as partners at the county. Go to the next slide. So we continue to find ourselves expanding into Wisconsin and Illinois, which is not represented on our map, but the majority of the clean energy districts of Iowa are centralized together. So we meet weekly on some issues, and we also meet monthly as a Clean Energy Districts Network. There is 2 more energy districts that will be completing their designation by the end of 2021, hopefully 3. So as you can tell, we have many partners that are very close to us, and we work together to make sure we can move forward as most effectively with our energy district movement. You can go to the next slide. And what that means is that we would like to see a just and equitable transition into moving to 100% clean and renewable energy by 2050. And we have many partners throughout the community that have collected lots of data to show the impact in our community needs to be done through education, whether it be at the individual level or it be more communally. Additionally, working towards energy planning, which our partners at Winneshiek Energy District, I'll speak about that a little bit, have continuously done. Building a market transformation conversation, really looking at investing in clean and renewable energy, both as public and private sectors, and then also along the way, advocating not only locally, but at the state and federal levels, and then building this partnership throughout our county. You can go to the next slide. And we do this through what's called the Flywheel of Change. And this is a continuous cycle. It never ends. As any climate efforts or any other community forward efforts take place, you can't just do this outside of the public eye. You need to engage those who are most impacted along the process and continue the cycle as our world ever changes. Go to the next slide. So what we really look to focus on doing here locally hasn't necessarily changed with our 5 points. And all of what I'm going to talk about, what we've done in the last couple of months, really since I've been here, has been to build upon these efforts. Additionally, we continue to find ways to integrate these conversations as part of our mission and our vision. You can go to the next page. So before was kind of giving you a synopsis of what each of those 5 components is, but we decided to focus on in 2021 what we really needed to target in our community as it relates to advocacy, recognizing what's taking place in our country at the federal level, and also what our other energy district partners have done. So since November of 2020, and this is coming from our fiscal year 2021 grant application and what we said we would do, we have distributed over 2,000 light bulbs, and since November, we have distributed 900 light bulbs. That is not including the 480 light bulbs that were included in the 120 energy efficiency toolkits that we've distributed to our residents, specifically at our community events as well as our community engagement sessions. Additionally, we have attracted national eyes to our community with our components to, with now me being a staff hired person, to complete a low-income solar project in the City of Dubuque's Urban Renewal District. Additionally, we have garnered national eyes to come and bring a larger conversation, as we are a portal, to continue these projects, not only throughout the city of Dubuque, but into Dubuque County and also throughout all of our energy districts. With that comes a couple $1 million behind them. We're very excited about that opportunity. Additionally, our SETI partners, so SETI is the Clean Energy Districts of Iowa, has completed putting together an energy efficiency proposal, which will be submitted to the Department of Energy's application request. This will be triggered when houses are sold or rental units and apartment buildings are sold, and working with our community action programming to effectively complete weatherization and energy efficiency updates. Additionally, we are working on internal conference so we can continue to rebuild after the pandemic our energy district movement. We've held three energy conversations called Eggs for Energy, and we have had an overwhelming amount of response on the back end of those conversations as to how we had started to integrate our energy district movement into multiple different partners' conversations and how we can be that leverage between the partners. Additionally, as outlined on our grants, we talked about strengthening our rural community outreach. So we have completed 3 REAP, which is the Rural Energy Audit Program from the federal government. We have hosted 3 of those energy audits, and 2 of them were in farms and 1 of them was in a business. We continue to look to reach our community as we do have some funding that is available from this grant that we received to, after those who are receiving the audit, get reimbursed for their fees up front. So we also look to find ways to continue our outreach to businesses. So we partnered with our state table partners and also Clayton County Energy District to talk about how small businesses are impacted by energy efficiency and our upcoming energy rates that will continue to follow. Additionally, we are continuing to promote other efforts throughout our county, like the electrical vehicle charging stations that were implemented in Dyersville. And we thank them for their leadership in recognizing there's an upcoming big game, possibly soon, and that there might be travelers who are using electric vehicles. So really targeting that conversation was really important, and we really appreciate all of the partnerships that we've been able to establish. So, you can go to the next slide. So overall, we really are continuing our conversation. We've applied for some other grant funding. Number 1, to complete a conversation in our county with students to learn more about energy efficiency and weatherization. The students then will integrate what they've learned into going into their neighbors' homes and completing somewhat of an energy audit. We recognize that throughout the state, Green Iowa, AmeriCorps teams are struggling to find people to come to this volunteer opportunity, as there are many jobs open in climate. And as moving forward, we recognize that they might try to take up a job that's paid versus their leadership as it relates to volunteerism. So how can we integrate our conversation as an energy district, recognizing those gaps that they will leave? Additionally, we are working with our Marshallese population to translate all of our materials into Marshallese, and also working with students so they can learn how energy efficiency impacts their lives, and then moving sort of into a kind of skill training session as well for these students, so they have some opportunities in the future possibly to step into these Green Iowa team roles that we are finding all over the state again as to be gaps. Additionally, we're working on building our dashboard for sharing what we're doing for reducing greenhouse gas emissions. We are part of the state table's conversation around a ratepayer bill of rights. We are continuing our local conversations, and we find those to be most valuable in our efforts and moving our partnerships forward, working smarter, not harder, to get into our future. Additionally, we're planning another energy crawl, another Eggs for Energy. You can go to the next page. And tomorrow, I am going to be participating with our board in a strategic planning session as we continue to recognize that our local efforts are going to be most valuable moving into this upcoming legislative cycle. We do have state partners and state table partners who will continue to monitor state conversations we should be part of, but we have shifted our focus to really focus on local and how we can integrate our conversations locally, specifically related to policy. You can go to the next slide. So overall, I wanted to come back and have a conversation with you. Some of you are somewhat familiar with what we do, and some of you are just kind of vicariously living through me on my social media pages. But I feel it's important as we realize that, number one, just a statistic to put out there, that of the $195 million that was designated in the state for COVID-19 relief, specifically putting towards rental and utility assistance, only 5% of that has been distributed. And so we have many of our neighbors now who are going to be experiencing this cliff as the moratorium is lifted. Additionally, our city partners are helping to find our City of Dubuque residents, alleviation for their utility and rental gaps. However, that does not necessarily reach our county residents. So we as the Energy District, along with our partners, whether it be HACAP, our community action programming, or it be our extension office, who sometimes dabbles into energy efficiency, are looking for ways just to tap into this conversation a little more extensively in our county and reach our residents so they're not evicted and they're not experiencing shutoffs, as that is a public health crisis. So I have a couple other things, again, going back to our low-income solar project. I think it would be absolutely phenomenal into the future if we were to continue this conversation at a county level, not just focusing on our larger city opportunities and integrating into the communities who are at most need, again, moving back to the low-income focus. Additionally, continuing to move forward and recognizing the National Department of Energy dollars that could be funneling into our community. How can we work with the county most effectively, and recognizing that there are departments in the county that could be integrating some of these conversations into their work, whether it be zoning, engineering, along the way. I think it's important we stay part of that and relevant. Thank you.
Thanks, Michaela. A question for you. You have a board of directors for green energy?
For Green Iowa AmeriCorps? I'm sorry, or for Dubuque County Energy District.
Right. Can you put the last slide up again? So focusing on your work here, which is what I think we've funded, Dubuque County Energy District. Do you have a board of directors?
Yes, we are officially a 501c3.
Do you have the list of who those folks are, or how we could find that out?
Yeah, you can just go to dubuquecounty.energydistrict.org, and all of our board of directors are listed on there.
Okay.
And I can follow up with you in an email, so you have the direct link.
So are you formally part of any of the Dubuque County departments?
We are not.
So you're a 501c3?
We are. The way the Energy District movement has worked since it was established in Winneshiek is we are our own independent entity. However, we all are finding different ways to integrate and sustain ourselves if you go to the About Us.
Okay. And then what is the connection between the Green Energy District and eviction?
So the Dubuque County Energy District, we focus on the ratepayers. And the ratepayers are those who pay any sort of utility. And so rent and utility have been combined together by the Iowa Finance Authority as well as the City of Dubuque as it relates to making sure that people are receiving, dollars. They have not been decoupled as specific rent, specific utilities when you go to the application. And so we work focusing on the utility side of things, making sure people have the accessibility, number one, to electricity and to the gas, especially when we are experiencing, 100 hot days in Dubuque County. And we want to make sure the ratepayers have access to this electricity, as well as to making sure, again, that they're not, facing an eviction on top of that. So we specifically don't address the rent side of things. We specifically work on the utility side of things. Additionally, we work with our utility partners to find conversations, where they need to be about how we can help them as a utility company make their money off those who are unable to pay their utility expenses, at the same time keep the utilities on for those who are unable to pay at this moment.
So you work directly with people who are facing eviction because they have a past due utility bill?
Sometimes we do have those conversations, yes. And often we have partners that we have they have a little bit stronger of a connection as it relates to community action programming, to access those funds. But we, as an energy district, really want to focus on how can we in the future make it so those energy bills aren't $400, $500 for electricity when it's 95 degrees out. How can we reduce that energy burden on the back end of things as well?
I have nothing.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michaela.
It's time for the COVID update. Who do we have present? Is Patrice Lambert with us?
Yes, I am by Zoom, Chair Mcdermott, because I'm losing my voice. So I'm doing what I preach to everyone every day is don't go to work, but I'm feeling fine. My voice is...
Right, it's very, very difficult to hear you. Is Samantha here? Is she possible that she could give the update?
Yes, and I can speak louder as well and turn up my mic. Is that better?
Samantha, are you sharing the same update? You're here personally?
Yeah.
No, yeah. Do you want to go to the podium? Patrice, can you hear me?
Yes. Do you mind starting or do you want me to start, Sam? It's up to you.
No, I can start. I was just going to say I don't think there's much of an update other than what was in the packet we sent out on Friday. We're at 64.9% of Dubuque County residents 12 and older fully vaccinated or in the process of getting their second dose. And then the same goes for 91.5% of Dubuque County's 65 and older. And then also in that packet, we shared the roadmap of our plan for the next 6 months with COVID-19 mitigation efforts, as well as some information on the recent increase in cases in Dubuque County and what that looks like with the new CDC guidance on remasking. Is there anything else you wanted to add, Patrice?
No, I just want to apologize to Chair McDonough. You just received the update this morning. We sent it to the wrong person, so we apologize for that. I can just real quickly give you a quick update. We did have 2 providers out at the fair, the Dubuque County Fair, and one was Charlie Hardig's, and he had reported that he did about 20 vaccines. And then Stacy from the VNA was also out there, and they were there for 2 separate days, and they only gave a total of 6. So the attendance was very slim out at the Dubuque County Fair, but at least we did get 26 additional people vaccinated. So I guess we would take any questions that anyone may have.
Patrice, this is Ann. When I was out at the fair, there was no one giving shots. Those booths were empty.
We had to work with the hours that the 2 providers could give us. And we had Charlie, I believe, did the day hours, and then Stacy did the evening.
Those booths were empty. I was there in the evening.
Oh, well, Stacy was there for 2 of the evenings. I know that.
So this roadmap that I'm just seeing for the first time here, this is in response to my request for how you were going to do vaccination for the next 6 months. Is that what this is?
Correct. And what the incident management team we expanded beyond the vaccination for our plan for 6 months. We also looked at our testing. We looked at other components that we will be keeping our close eye on, such as the healthcare provider capacity, capability, and the needs that they have, and also our public education and communication. And as we did share in the past, we have already started conversations with all of our schools, pre-K through 12, as well as our higher ed. We're hoping to be, well, not even hoping. We are discussing ways to be able to offer vaccine and education when the doors do open this fall.
The roadmap includes information on vaccinations for the next 6 months, but also testing and contact tracing. And then, along with what Patrice was saying, right now we're working on reopening manuals for both the higher ed and the pre-K to 12 to sort of lay out the protocol and procedure we recommend going into school in the next few weeks.
So where in this roadmap, I don't know if you can share it, where in the roadmap does it talk about contact tracing?
It talks about it in the testing section. There's a paragraph on it.
Can we unmute Diane Freiberger, please? Diane, you still with us?
Yes, I am.
Diane, have you seen the roadmap?
Yeah, I've seen that roadmap. My question is to Patrice, to Samantha, and to Stacy, if Stacy's still on. Is it correct that the only information we're getting back on the positive COVID tests on individuals is you get a number on Domo, or 5 days after someone's been tested, you may get their name. For some of them, not for all. And I'm talking in reference to the free test kits that are being utilized and sent to State Hygienic Lab, not the ones that are being done in the local providers' offices. So is there a way, and I've been questioning this, for a few weeks now, is there a way to get individuals' names and contact information locally from the state so that those individuals can be contacted? And I've been in conversations a lot with Hendrik in the last week, and he's saying we should have those reports back in 24 hours so that we can start containing this. And the other thing is, with individuals being tested, I'm hearing that individuals who have already been vaccinated feel that they don't need to be tested even though they have symptoms. And that again could cause an increase in the spread of the virus.
So Diane, is it your feeling that we don't really have a true sense of what community spread is like in Dubuque County?
That is correct.
And Patrice, what is your comment about that?
We are somewhat frustrated as well. We can only do what the Iowa Department of Public Health gives us. We know that they're in the process of changing their data information on Domo. It should be squared away, hopefully within a week or 2 weeks. So we'll have a better picture of what we'll be receiving on a daily basis. But I'll be honest, we are frustrated.
Right. I was at 2 events over the weekend, and I would say 98% of the people were masked. I think the community understands that the state of Iowa numbers reflecting Dubuque County are just made up. We don't know the delay in the reporting, the delay in the Iowa dashboard, what's been archived, where reporting goes to, who gets information back. There's no contact tracing. That we just really don't know what information do we have that's really accurate. Nothing's up to date, right? Everything's got delays in it.
Correct. And changes, yes.
So I know you can only do what IDPH does, but you're before the Board of Supervisors. And we also have, I think, an interest in getting this right and funds to spend if there's gaps in between what the state of Iowa is doing and what our citizens and what our Board of Health wishes to do. So I'm interested in learning that. What are the shortfalls and what can we do? What are the solutions that we can make happen locally?
Well, I can begin.
I guess
Go ahead.
Well, maybe I would want further clarification for myself and the public. So Supervisor Mcdermott basically threw everything out the window with their comments, and so I will see if you agree with those. So I'm looking at the dashboard that I get, and I'm seeing, granted it's the 28th of July, and I see a number on positivity. And if I go down further, I see numbers of cases, and I see, those trends. And then there's a link for hospitalizations and a date with those. Is that information accurate?
Yeah, it's our understanding that that's accurate. The public page updates slower than what Domo does. Domo's every day, and I believe the public dashboard is now 3 times a week or twice a week.
But the dates on those would be accurate, they just might be delayed.
Right.
So I'm certainly with you, I would like real-time data if we can get it, but the data that we're receiving, at least for the date, we believe is accurate as, obviously, those amount of people that have been tested, that's the percentage positive. So there could be obviously multiple people that are positive but haven't been tested, so they're unaware. So my last question would be then, how accurate and how recent is the hospitalization data? Because that's a real leading indicator for me of trouble in the community. And so can Samantha or Patrice or anyone else comment on the hospitalization rates and the whole number of people that have been hospitalized?
Sure. Our hospitalization, they really have continued to be low. And again, we can only report the date that the Iowa Department of Public Health gives us. And I believe on Friday was our latest update, and we had 1 person hospitalized. And yes, it would be accurate information. It would just be a delay.
Patrice, if you do a test kit at home with you get your results back, it's at your kitchen table, you get your results back within an hour or 2, where are those reported?
Those 2 go to the Iowa Department of Public Health. So those are included in all of the counts. If they're sent
Even though
sent,
I'm not talking about the ones that you mail in to get your test results. I'm talking about the ones that you buy at Hy-Vee that you get your results back the same morning in your own home.
Then we do not get those, that data at all. It has to go through a system so someone can at least be keeping track of those numbers. So if the hygienic lab does not do the testing, if a person does it, as you're saying, on their kitchen table, then no, we would not get those numbers at all.
But most of those rapid tests are done at the location, Hy-Vee or Walgreens, Hardick Drug. Those are all done there, which then those would be put into the database.
The rapid tests are
not necessarily
you purchase them and you take them home.
Some of them are at Hardick's, but there's others at Hy-Vee that are done like with their pharmacist, not necessarily take the package home with you.
Right. The reality is that there's all different kinds of ways to get tested and all different kinds of ways to get results, and they're not all centralized.
Correct.
That's the concern, right? And then I understand you're relying on Iowa Department of Public Health, but as you've said several times, there's frustration with the Iowa Department of Public Health. So my question still circles back to what is it that we need to do or that we can do to fill some of these gaps locally? What are those?
I can start, and I believe at this point, all we can do, well, not all, we can do much, but my focus would be to, again, educate the public, because if they have not been vaccinated, they need to be vaccinated. If they have any questions whatsoever, they need to be talking to their healthcare provider or a public health person. But one of our safest guards moving forward is to really encourage people to be vaccinated.
Patrice, are you encouraging people to wear masks?
We are looking, the incident management team is looking at that data right now. The CDC is telling us that we need to be looking at different factors, and one of those being our level of transmission of the virus itself. And currently, the Dubuque County is at a moderate level. The CDC is recommending if a county is at substantial or high level of transmission, then yes, we should be wearing masks. But we currently are at moderate. But again, we're always going to be encouraging people, you know, for their own sake, as well as the person that they're with them, to please, if they're inside for an activity, do wear a mask, especially while we're going through this variant itself.
And we have tons of masks, reusable and non-reusable masks at our office for any business in the county or individual looking for some. They can always contact us. We can deliver them, have them come pick them up, either way.
That's a good transition point because, Tom Berger, I got an email from you this morning indicating that that some of the masks you're out of or you're done with, or there's not very many left or something.
He'll need to go to the podium or no one can hear him on Zoom. Sorry. I could hear you, Tom, but your Zoom audience awaits.
Berger, Emergency Management Coordinator. We are delivered the last 2 cases of the individually wrapped masks this morning, but we do have plenty of the regular bulk masks over yet out there, both some that we bought through the supervisor's money and some through the Board of Health last spring. So there's over 40,000 so far that we still have in stock at the training center.
Okay.
Your email says you have 4 cases, 8,000 masks that the Board of Supervisors purchased, and 21 cases that the Board of Health purchased.
Yeah, that's correct.
So in the distribution that I do, is that what I'm limited to, 4 cases, 8,000 masks?
I am out of the individually.
I understand that. We can change what we do.
If you want, they're public masks, so you can have the Board of Supervisors or the Board of Health. They're all
Okay.
purchased.
I just didn't know if there was a differentiation there, because the distribution is still happening, and there are still citizens asking at points of distribution, they wish to be wearing a mask, and certainly the CDC guidelines are changing as well.
Yeah.
So there might be a need for further points of distribution to get back and talk again about that. Do you think we're in good place, or should we be looking at purchasing additional?
I will check with our local distributor where we bought them over on Juvenile Road. So they have access to quite a few of them, I would imagine now, because the state's getting out of the PPE delivery because of the supply chain is caught up.
Okay.
So. And I still have a stash of EMS masks too for the medical services that they run short. So that's not included in the public mask records.
Are there other questions?
Nope.
Supervisor Wickham?
None for me, nope.
Patrice, when will you be before us again?
We will go in front of the Board of Health on Wednesday, August 15th, and then 2 weeks later, we would be in front of the Board of Supervisors. And we'll continue. Oh, I'm sorry. I was going to say we'll continue with our weekly update. So if you have any questions or any topic that you want us to cover, just please email and we will make certain that that information is in the Friday update.
If our spread moves from moderate to substantial, I would expect that the following Monday we would like to have a report from you.
Sure.
Would that be all right?
Yes, we'll keep an eye on it, and then I can contact Dawn before the agenda goes out.
And Diane Freiberger, did you have any other question that you felt you wanted to bring to the Board of Supervisors' attention?
Well, I just have one more question to Patrice, and that is, do you recommend to individuals who have been fully vaccinated, if they have symptoms for COVID, to go ahead and get tested?
Yes. We have numerous locations now for people to be tested, that it should not be a problem to find a location.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, thank you.
Our next work session is 10:15, the Long Range Transportation Plan. I don't see Chandra in the room. Do you know? You've not heard anything? Do you want a table for a week, or what is your thought, Anthony? Why don't you come to the podium and we'll see where we are. Do you see anybody from ECIA, Dawn, who's joining us with Zoom?
Let me just call him for a second.
Okay. Should we take a short recess?
Make a motion to recess till 10:30.
I will second that. We have
Yeah.
a motion and a second to recess for 5 minutes. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Motion carries.
Sure. Point is, if we're not gonna have this meeting, our next schedule
right into our recess. It's not gonna be here till 11 o'clock. Just lost Anthony.
Sandra here?
No, but we have to go back into session.
Why? Recess for 5 minutes?
Bring supervisors back into session, as predicted by Supervisor Wickham. We will not have Chandra here before, he's gonna be here at 11 o'clock. So we will just, move that proceeding back until 11 PM or shortly thereafter. But, I think at this time, we'll just go into, ask for another motion to recess until 10:45.
So moved unless you want to talk about the transportation stuff, but if we need ECIA here, then we probably should.
Well, we don't have the county engineer either now.
He's getting some water, but yeah. It is all up to you. It's your meeting to run.
Boards and commissions, or I guess that's not totally nothing.
Can't move anything up.
Hmm?
We can't move it up, but we can hold things for later. So Anthony, 11 o'clock is gonna work out for Chandra? Okay, so I'm looking for a motion, to recess until 10:45.
So moved.
I will second.
Motion and second to recess until 10:45. All in favor say aye.
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 We're in recess, thank you.
Mayor, you're a stickler, like my brother.
All right, we'll bring the Board of Supervisors back into session for our 10:45 work session with our Budget Director, Stella Rundy, regarding the county Purchase of Service Program.
Good morning, everyone. Today we want to talk about our Purchase of Service Program that we've been talking about a couple times over the last several months. We had some information brought forward from the county attorney and county auditor about the program and some interpretation from the state of Iowa. So we've been working to align our program with code to make sure we're doing everything properly and look for a new way forward for our FY22. So I sent the board a memo last week and just want to talk through that a little bit. So based on that clarifying information, we think we need to have a bit more structure to our program. We want to move away from calling it a grant program. We don't want to be making grants. We want to be contracting for services. And we need to have defined public purpose when we're doing these contracts, and also establish specific accountability measures to document the use of public funds. An example that the state auditor used in a webinar that I sat through was a really good one, and it's that of a food bank. The county can't fund general operations of a food bank because they can't ensure the funds are being used for public use. So we make that assumption, but we can't ensure it. So what he recommended instead is that you would contract for the purchase of food. So the food bank purchases food, provides a receipt, you can see what they've purchased, and that satisfies the intent. So you can ensure that was used for a public purpose. So that's really the simple example to move forward of, we just need to contract for a specific service that we can then document and track and monitor. I met with the county auditor and other internal staff last week, and we really discussed how we see this moving forward for FY22. So typically by now we would have made awards of our program, and recipients would be working already on their projects. So for FY22, we're looking at, I sent out the list of the applicants to you again on Friday, I believe, but many of those were for operations. And with this clarity, we don't want to do any awards just for operations. We want to contract for something specific. So our recommendation was that everybody fills out a new application that shows exactly what the intent is of their program. And then I laid out a timeline in my memo of how we think this could move forward. We're hoping by next week that we would have a consensus on how to move forward and any new guidelines that we wanted to go with. So we would contact any of those applicants and have them fill out the new application, or tell them about the new application and the guidelines. Then we would host a Zoom Q&A workshop with them to answer their questions, discuss with them how this moves forward, and help them through this process the first time. So we would give 2 weeks to allow them to fill out applications. And then the next work session, after that, the Board of Supervisors, it would give you about 2 weeks to review those applications and then make funding determinations. So then over the course of the next 3 Monday board meetings, you would execute those contracts with those entities, and then October 1st, new programs could begin. And then we recommended 2 reporting periods, 2 outcome reports due from the entities to show that what they are doing with the public funds. The first due March 31st for the period of October 1 through February 28th, 2022. And then the second one due July 31st, so a month after the close of year end, from March 1st to June 30th. Going forward, we see that this budget, like we did very similar to this year, would be established during the budget process. So the budget for this program would be established, and then the application would open up February, March timeframe. Funding decisions would be made April to May timeframe, which would give us June to execute contracts, and everything would begin July 1st. And then again, we would have 2 outcomes reports due January 31st and July 31st. I think, where'd Ed go? I think one of the things we wanted to do was have Ed Raber take ownership of this moving forward. So he, after we outline this process, he would then take over as the purchase of service staff within the county to make this program go forward, or to work on this program going forward. Yes?
So we are going to assign this as a task to a current employee. We're not creating new staff, right?
Correct.
Okay, so it's just an assignment of this program onto someone in our executive team.
Yep.
Okay. Another question that I have generally is about the purpose of the program. You know, I appreciate that we've taken this time to look at, it's more than a rebranding. It really is looking at greater drill down of public purpose and creating some standards and accountability for what an application might be. But I'm not sure that the purpose is more specific than, say, you know, again, I compare and contrast to the Mcdermott Foundation, which is private philanthropy. But, you know, we're still basically saying that it's open to all who have, who wish to do public service, support public services. I'm still thinking we might be missing another piece, like is there something we wish to do that's more targeted? And this is board work, right? So it's like, do we want it to be open to all, or do we want it, and this can change year to year, but do we want to be more targeted in what it is that we want to use these limited services for? I mean, it says targeted community investment program, and we're not targeting, we're just taking all comers, right? Anyone can complete this application.
So historically, it's been used to provide services that the county doesn't necessarily provide itself, but they're public services within the community. So I've seen other counties align it with strategic goals and things like that. But it could change, obviously, year over year, and whoever sits in your board seats is the people making these determinations of what this program really is. This is your program. Right.
Yeah. And I think one of the board's responsibilities would be to certainly figure out the budgeting, how much we want to spend for it. We have increased this during my term. I feel good about all of the investments we've made, but it has been an increase, and we should recognize that. And then possibly recognize maybe the origins of this. And I won't go into the details, but my understanding is it originally came from some of the casino gambling money. And so the Dubuque Racing Commission was going to have their nonprofit component. And since we receive a 0.5 percentage point of total revenue from the two casinos in Dubuque, those funds originally were going to be used for more community activities. And so we have to still do that, but that was some of the origins, and we've generally received, about $600,000 or so?
Yeah.
$600,000 for the casinos, and we're at $1.5 million in this program. So there is a disconnect there, and maybe we're okay with that. But I think that's the big thing I would like the board to talk about is, one, the funding levels, and then two, I would agree with you, Supervisor McDonough, what are the priorities and or the main, pillars of the actual program themselves? Are they to replace, what we would normally hire within the government, and so we therefore contract out, or are they for more targeted community things that we think are important? And so I think that's really key for the board to flesh out before we send this out. And then the other piece that I would really want to look at is the timing of what we're talking about for fiscal year 22 as it relates to American Rescue funds, okay? So we're going to be receiving over a series of years nearly $20 million. These funds come out of our general basic, which competes with courthouse functions, all sorts of things related to the jail, the sheriff's department, conservation. The list is pretty long. And so when those funds run out, the fund runs out, okay? Then we have to make tough decisions. So I would really like to see, as much as the Act and law allows, is to use American Rescue funds to do really good things in the community. and there might be some overlap here.
I also think that, we should be, I know I don't have a color-coded copy, but of all the grant requests, some of these are not, I don't think they are targeted community investment program applications. I think they should be tied to departments, and they should be evaluated inside the budget cycle. Are they meeting those budgetary goals for that individual department, and not something that is rolled up into this? I would say each department, I'm going to use Food Policy Council as an example. Michaela is still here, doing amazing work, and probably with some more assistance could do even better targeted work, right? More work at a broader scale perhaps, but is that our role or is that the Board of Health's role? I mean, it depends upon, we have new Board of Health members, and I just heard Dr. Hendrik Schultz speak at a Medicare for All community health program this weekend, and he was talking about the Board of Health and being engaged in all matters relating to health, outdoor activity, exercise, prevention, nutrition. I mean, he had a very broad spectrum of what we should be doing. So Food Policy Council being inside that probably is the right place, because the Board of Health has changed in terms of what they're, I think, bringing on as the work that they might want to pursue post-COVID. So, but I would like to see that be evaluated by people who are engaged in public health standards and not supervisors raising and lowering what our personal goals might be. I think you put people there that are doing the work and having those conversations, as long as it's robust conversations that the health department's having, that's not a bad fit for that.
I generally agree. I like committees, boards, and having the public involved. That said, at the end of the day, we are elected, and I think the more responsibility we can take, in my vantage point, that's the role of government we should have. And so, I appreciate the citizen volunteering and their input, and I appreciate paid staff doing what they're paid for. But when it comes to budgeting and tough decisions that are maybe hundreds of thousands of dollars, or in this case, $1.5 million, I think it belongs right at this desk. And so I agree with half your statement, but I really would think that the supervisors should have the responsibility and should be, in task with making those tough decisions on items you fund and those you don't. Budgets for counties continue to a lot of times roll over because supervisors change, and it's difficult to walk in, know everything, and know the department better than the department head and say, no, you should do this on day 90 when you have to ratify the budget for the next year. That's a very tough position. So you have to have strong department heads, but these are different. These are community funds, and I think I'm not interested, I'm less interested in creating larger and larger budgets within our county system. I'm less interested in doing that. I'm always interested in good ideas, but at the end of the day, for this year, I think we should really focus on American Rescue Funds, and don't have to be the judge and jury. Let's get these applications in and see if we can use those federal funds, because we do not have unlimited general budget, general basic dollars. Those are scarce, and they are they're $3.50 per assessed 1,000. That's it. That cap is not going any higher.
As we look at this program, I will never again vote, never, a $1.5 million like this. I will never budget this number again. This is largesse, and it shouldn't be like this. That's why we're talking about organization, and it's not fun money. It really, truly, and I know you mean it a different way, but it is. These are all genuinely taxpayer dollars from property taxes. We all know that, and so we need to trim this. Now, I think that a wrestle is how do we make the program and these people that have applied many, many months ago, and the standards have shifted to a great extent. And I'm looking at my friend in New Vienna who has a need at that New Vienna historical house where they do their history museum. How is she going to complete this application? She must, right? That's where we are. But we need to trim this back, and that's what it is. It's going to take a series of years, in my opinion. strategic goals, which we can't stop this, to have a strategic planning session. We need to go through this thoughtfully, recognizing that we need more information and we need greater accountability, and that's great. But some of these things are going to change and probably not be back. Major operations assist, not likely to return. And so that's why I am saying some things to go into departments where they can be vetted by department heads and us in our oversight as we prepare the budget. I do think that's a good space for a lot of these things. I don't know what you think, Supervisor, hot off your fresh eyes to the whole thing.
Well, I agree 100% with you that there will never be another 1.5 million put into this. Obviously, I was new, wasn't aware of how much this had increased over the past, I think, 4 years. I believe 4 years ago it was like 500,000 to 600,000, and since then it's gone up to 1.6 this year, which is way out of line. There will still be a lot of people putting in for the funds. Obviously, it's going to be for public purpose. I had a meeting with Caprice Jones last week, and he was asking about the funds, and I explained to him that it would be more of a, you'd have to submit a bill to show the public purpose and be reimbursement type thing, and he understood that, because he does a lot of programs at the jail with getting these people basically the help they need, where that's obviously, you could break that down to the public service mode and show the cost associated with it. A lot of them won't be. There's going to be a lot of overlap with the rescue funds and with this. I don't know how we separate that out. It's going to be a work in progress. I'll have to say that. It's going to be a lot of work.
I would like to see us do the American Rescue Funds and try to see how many existing ones in this program can fit underneath there. I think that's the order that I think is really critical to take this on. I'm not interested in also, issuing these when we could be using those federal dollars. And so I would like to see that's why the timelines don't fit for me. If our first applications are September 15th, I would like to review those and see how many we can, fulfill community needs out of those federal funds. My other question, if you don't have it with you, but I would be very interested in knowing, is what is the city of Dubuque's level of their request for service? And so what have they budgeted over the last series of years? Because there are the same entities doing good work that the city funds and the county funds as well. And so I'd be very interested in understanding what their budget levels have been. I think they're much more modest than ours. And their budget and many of the targeted recipients are actually within the city of Dubuque. So once again, the county's jumping ahead and providing that funding, which, most of those I supported.
So most of the timeline here, I guess, Supervisor Wickham, to look at this with regard to, as it relates to the rescue plan funds, our timelines don't line up. I think I have a sensitivity to these applications that were made. You can pick any one of them out. I'll pick City of Dyersville. That request was made before the first of the year, I think, or right about the first of the year. We released this application quite early, and it's just been, just like Caprice Jones found you've just been hanging around. I don't want to spend rescue plan dollars without knowing if it's going to broad scope and not a specific need that somebody identified back in December. They were invited to do this under something, maybe they already had a pre-existing relationship with us. If you were asking them to say, what would you want in terms of your one bite at the rescue plan, that may not be the same application.
I agree on the applications and maybe the use, but financially and just viewing priorities of buckets, and that's the world we live in, okay? Debt service is here, you spend it over here. Rural services here, you spend it in these categories, okay? So in government fund accounting, I think it's a big mistake to dole out our general basic dollars ahead of the rescue funds when tourism is an eligible American Rescue Funds, right? The Beyond the Game request from that group is basically to support tourism and thousands of people to come to that game. So I think it would be just fiscally irresponsible to put our local tax property dollars, which need to be in conservation, need to be in the jail, they need to be in the courthouse functions and on, in health department, ahead of those federal funds, which are, one, limited, they're only gonna be around for a series of years, and were provided by everyone in the United States versus just Dubuque County. So I can only say it that many times, but I really think we should focus those funds first, and then if there aren't eligibility, then you go back to the general basic dollars.
The city of Dyersville, by the way, the one that I was speaking of was their infrastructure request to do economic expansion. That's what, they asked for some assistance with that program, so it doesn't have anything to do with
on that list?
baseball.
Yeah, it's the top one.
Okay.
So I think putting these into some categories helps us
But Beyond the Game
economically
is on that
driven.
list as well, right?
Beyond the Game was
We funded Beyond the Game for last year, so it's not on here again.
different year.
Right. So, but I do think,
But infrastructure is also available for the American Rescue Fund, so
Yeah.
another example, so thank you.
and there's gonna be an infrastructure bill, we hope, coming soon. So we really are, and that's why I guess I use the word carefully step through this. I'm not sure that we owe these people a response, and some of these should probably come forward.
I agree, I just think it's wait. Let's get American Rescue Funds out and let's address this in the fall. So I'm not saying throw the piece of paper away, nobody gets funding, or I'm not saying push it off to next year. I
Well,
think
do you wanna wait too? What
No, at least
time?
we have I'm pushing it off, Jay, because a lot of these organizations relied on this money from July 1st.
Agreed.
You know, so they're kind of stuck. Do they have a budget? They don't know where they're at. So we can't keep pushing it off. We gotta at least let them know the reapply for this or reapply for the ARP funds.
Exactly, I'm saying apply for the ARP funds, that's what I'm saying, that's my answer. Apply for the American Rescue Fund, that's my answer. Push all of these to that. That is the answer. That should be the first priority from my vantage point, just because of how the funds are allocated and what the uses are for. I mean, I don't want to have to go back to the property tax, you know, the base 3 years from now and say, hey, we have to raise the levy because we need more funds. And if we can keep our fund balances related to general basic at a healthy level, which we have been, then we can lower the tax levy. That's what we've done. So that's beyond the conversation of these things. When you're trying to figure out the budget, using federal funds first, that's what I would do.
But Jay, some of these will not fit into the American Rescue Plan
Let's
budget.
deal with that after we know that answer. We don't have that answer here. We don't have the applications. We don't have those decisions. Some will. We
Correct.
just stated two examples off the top of my head that are worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. And so all I'm asking is let's prioritize in that area. I've worked in government for a long time. I've studied the budget. I've looked at the general basic a million times. My first year as chair, our budget director was left, and Denise and I figured out, I spent a lot of time on it. You don't want the general basic fund balance to get to an area where it's low, or you'll be forced to raise property taxes for your levy. You'll have no other option. And so here's a gift we got from the federal government. You want to use that wisely.
Don't disagree with anything you've said about
Good.
the budget and the need to do this. It's a matter of, we have people in a situation that we'd help put them into.
Yeah. And there's been some other helpful too things. So I bet every one of these communities that applicants have received CPP from the federal government, okay? So they got their payroll, got a nice big check. We all sit on some boards. You hear them report that. They're in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. That was good. And my vantage point from the boards I'm with, their fund balances and their balance sheets are healthy, okay? Maybe there's others you're on that are, they're in dire need, but I'm not hearing from these community groups that they're short of cash. And so that's also a blessing that the federal government's helped them as well. careful with the word blessing, but that the federal government has helped them financially during COVID. And I just tell them to wait. Let's wait till October 1 and we'll review it.
So move all this till October 1st.
That's kind of my thought is that's, and then try to target all the American Rescue Funds as much as we can for these applicants that, you know, by the letter of the law, apply.
When was the external application going out, Stella?
So that's out, and it is due back September 15th. So if you wanted to align this application, or if you would like me to give communication to this list of applicants to direct them specifically to the American Rescue Plan Act application, I don't know if you want to take both of these simultaneously or not. If you want this application out there until October 1st, potentially, so both applications are available.
Go to the last page. So we're looking at this. We're looking at the applicants. Because if I would say to the group that's been working on this program, well, which ones are going to fit inside the rescue plan and which are not, would you be able to make that go forward, Ed, if this is now your responsibility? Right? So, or is it going to be nothing, we're not going to make any decisions, it's just going to be stymied, and we're going to be at October 1st because you're not getting good direction from the supervisors?
Well, not yet. We haven't made a decision. So I think she's, you know, so we make the decisions. She's advising. We don't have the applications, but I guarantee you, top of the list, city of Dyersville, infrastructure, bingo. That is in the American Rescue Plan. That's $200,000.
Right, but
that alone would make sense to wait for it.
That was put in last December. Before you knew about the rescue plans, if they knew about this, they would have said, okay, we really need $500,000. We're trying to be conservative. So, I agree. The infrastructure is perfect for the rescue plan. Operations obviously does not work for our program.
The other thing I'd like to ask is, if we're going to hold this until October 1st, I think we want to also issue a press release saying that we want to reintroduce the community to this program, the targeted
public purpose or whatever.
Help me, Stella. What's the name of the program?
We came up with a name, Targeted Community Investment Program. So we're moving away from making it associated with grants. We're making investments in the community.
Right. But I'm wondering, we have some folks who are in this room who have written the request for the Targeted Investment Program, okay? And I don't know if we're interested in hearing some from them, but they've written for one idea and rolling that over into seeing how well they fit into the rescue plan in October, making decisions going forward. I don't know if that's addressing the gaps that they see. I mean, I think Michaela's program is funded through this program, the Green Energy District. Dubuque Energy is funded through the county program. So where does that leave her? And where does that leave, I mean, the Community Foundation is here in the room with us. That's my concern. So if I say, who's going to decide what application process they belong in, we have to be a little bit more specific than figure it out and come back and let us know. I don't disagree at all with what you're saying about budget relieving.
I mean, might be a little more painful, but it is, you know, community money, taxpayer money. Have them all complete the American Rescue Funds application. If they want to take that, that's the first pathway. That would be my solution to that. If they don't fit, we will be here again, going over the same list, making those same decisions. I'm just asking to push the timeline off so that we can, you know, allocate funds in the appropriate order. That's all I'm asking. And so I don't think it's that difficult. And I think most of these community partners would say, if that's what I have to do to get this community money, I will do it. And I don't think that's a high barrier. So the rest of the stuff I really like, it's good. I just want to push the timeline. That's my big request to the supervisors.
I guess what for the ones that we've had, like, contracts with, you know, like the Creative Adventure Lab.
Yeah, so there's several in here that we did a multi-year commitment to, and I believe those would be good to move forward with because we've made that commitment and they have budgeted on those.
This board did not approve multiple year commitments to Creative Adventure Lab.
I believe you did last year.
This board makeup did not.
Sure.
And it's never been an opportunity to address that.
I just would recommend going forward to be careful on multi-year commitments because the board makeup does change and the board priorities do change over that time. So it would be easier for, I think, the organizations to just come on an annual basis.
I hear you. I didn't want to get in a 10-year agreement with the city of Dubuque as well for those reasons. But, you know, I think, one, we are required by law to do a budget annually. And that's what the state of Iowa requires. Now, there are individual agreements, resolutions we make and pass that somebody could come back either in goodwill and say, hey, this is an agreement a previous board made, whether they hold up as a contractual basis in a court, we usually never get there.
State of Iowa does that to us now. That's how that bill is operated.
Federal government, everybody does. They all, yeah, it's all.
Legislatures who made that call, so we don't have to agree to those prior commitments. The whole concept of prior commitment is new world.
So I look at, you know, I think you obviously want operations to continue and to have them stop and start every 12 months or in our federal government every 4 years sometimes doesn't work very well. And so I don't think we'd want to get in that habit here, but I would be cautious on long-term commitments. And so I would agree with your statement. And each one of these should be reviewed at their own merit and reviewed as far as their past performance and then the benefit they'll provide in the upcoming year.
I think the question is whether or not we are required to pay a $50,000 payment to Creative Adventure Lab committed to by a previous Board of Supervisors, or whether that needs to come back in as an application.
Whatever
the rescue plan.
Whatever we decide, we're elected.
We need Kevin's opinion on that, if that falls under the guidelines for public purpose. You know what I'm saying?
I think it probably needs to be reevaluated. Everything's changed.
Right.
I will give one example. I did get an invoice last week for the ECIA's Keep Iowa Beautiful program. So that would be the 5th of 5-year commitment. So obviously I haven't submitted that invoice for payment as the discussion was upcoming. But I think we will start to see some invoices from those multi-year commitments coming through.
Because a lot of these won't fit into the American Rescue Plan, so I guess they're gonna be kind of stuck waiting until.
Right. Would the supervisors have any interest in scheduling a special work session on this, where we bring, it's literally a work session. We bring in the actual applications and we start to assign who, maybe we gotta do some of the work, where we decide, is that really likely to be a rescue plan fund? Is this, with the auditor, both state and local, requiring some new guidelines, not new topics, just new guidelines to us? These should be examined, and maybe we should do that, and not in a 30-minute slice, but maybe it's going to take an hour and a half.
I would like to do that with their American Rescue Funds application, which we spend a lot of time on, in front of us. So have this group complete those applications. I know almost every leader in these groups, and I don't think any one of those leaders would go, you SOB, you're making me do some more paperwork to get that government money. They won't. They'll do it. Now, is it a little more work? Yes. Do I wish we didn't have to do it? Not really, because I'm glad we got 20 million.
Yeah.
I mean, so, you know, these people, the boards of these people own property in Dubuque County, and they'll probably go, yeah, use the federal funds first. I don't know how many times, that's just where I'm at. I just don't see any other better path when you're talking about hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars. It's just very clear to me that should be our path. And I've, full disclosure, talked to our budget director, probably day one when this came out, back in May, you know, or April, I can't remember when the Biden administration released it. I was like, this is what we should do. And here we are now addressing it on the agenda. So those are my final comments. You know where I stand.
So the proposal is to have ECIA complete a rescue plan proposal due October 1st for a $5,000 request, that this is payment 5 of 5. That's what you're saying?
I think I've been clear, so yes. Sorry, but yes. They don't have to, by the way. They don't have to do it. I'm not requiring anybody to do anything.
I understand
But if they
that.
want the government money,
Right.
this is what you have to do to get the government money. It's,
Right, absolutely, and it sounds great that we want to use federal dollars more. First, I love federal dollars, they're my favorite kind. But there's commitments that have been made to individuals, and I think we need to be sensitive to that, and not all of these are big, major asks. So some time and thoughtfulness, rather than just pushing it all off, I think that's where I am. I'd like to spend a little bit more time on that.
Well, we need to get some clarification on, well, the GDDC, you know, that's $112,000 and $38,000 on 5-year contract. To see, I want Kevin's opinion on that, whether, you know, with the new guidelines put down by the state, if, how that plays into this, being this was already kind of
Right.
contracted,
Right.
obviously prior to my time, but,
Well, my proposal is that we consider having a special work session, and we actually bring the applications in. We have all reviewed, they're all top of mind, they're all fresh, to see if we're going to do any harm in asking someone to delay. Michaela has her hand raised. I would like to hear from Michaela. She is one of our grants.
I love Michaela. I would like to get closer to our agenda, but, you know, it's the chair's discretion. I would like to resolve this now, and we've
I'm
gone way over
proposing a
time.
special session.
well, we could put out the information if they want to apply for the ARP funds, fine, and still have a work session to discuss it. Some may just file the paperwork for the rescue funds. Some may come to the work session, have questions where we could work through. Regardless, you know, you say federal funds or our funds, it's all our funds, it's all tax money, so.
I'm not sure we have given you any clear direction. We don't have consensus on anything.
No.
I think what I would like to hear from the board is what kind of communication you would like me to give to these organizations, because they do reach out to me fairly regularly to inquire about where we are in this process. So I'm happy to give them whatever communication that you desire. If you want me to direct them to the American Rescue Plan application, I just would like to give them some kind of clarity of if we want them to fill out another application or we're on hold.
Well, I would say they could reach out, tell them they can fill out the American Rescue Plan one. We're going to continue working on, I guess, our targeted program.
I support that. You have consensus.
Okay. That is what I will do.
So what is the communication you're going to give?
So I'll reach out to these organizations and let them know that the American Rescue Plan Act funding application is open. They should fill that out, and this program is on hold until we review those applications and then see what could be done, saying it very eloquently, but what could be done with those funds, and then we will review applications that don't meet those criteria after we have reviewed American Rescue Plan Act. So Something to that effect, it'll sound.
Everyone must fill out a new application to move forward in the process. Is that correct?
I would agree with that. I would say either it fits with American Rescue Plan Act, or it
That's
needs
where
to
you
go
are.
under a new application.
Supervisor Fod said yes.
Michaela, I'll give you 1 minute. What do you got? Been so persistent, which is something I admire about you.
Council hat right now. So we have previously allocated our funds to the Department of Health for the Food Policy Council grant process. Our grantees are still kind of waiting. That money is previously allocated. It's in the health department's budget. All of our applications have been sent to Dawn, clear communication as to it's a project that's being funded, not general funds. How would you like us to proceed, as they were expecting their first kind of segment coming in July 1st, number one, and then they turn in their receipts to receive their second half?
Department funds are managed by the department head traditionally and overseen by auditor and the budget director. We don't typically get involved with those, typically. You know, we do in the budgeting process, but not in the daily operations. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah.
This would be one that, she's talking about Food Policy Council, things that I said should be inside the department.
But, well, and they are inside the department. Is that correct, Stella?
I'll make a comment quick. We did discuss specifically the Food Policy Council and the Tom Hancock grant as part of this last week. So our recommendation on Food Policy Council would not to be making pass-through grants, so granting through a different department function. It would either be through operations or some other mechanism.
So maybe Michaela made the statement they were in the health department funds. Are they in the health department?
Yes.
Okay, so my comment stands, just like the sheriff's department. They have their budget, and then they do operations. Road and bridge, they have their budget, they do operations. We can go out on the list. The health department has a board, they have their budget, they should go through their operations. That's my 2 cents. But I know that this isn't on the agenda specifically, unless it, anyway.
They fall under this program because they're here under the application that we made them fill out. Did you fill out this application? The original application, Michaela?
So last year, fiscal year 20, we did. Fiscal year 2021, we did not. We went through the process of talking to the Board of Health, having them approve it for a budget request. They approved of it. Additionally, the budget has been, placed underneath of them, approved by them, come to you, approved by you. With the grant spending, the Board of Health approved of the applications in April. So the Board of Health has seen these applications, knows what they're for, all of the above.
So they're on this list, but they didn't fill out the actual application. Is that right, Stella?
That's correct, because we did start to align certain things within departments. So Food Policy Council, the Mercy Health Services, those became aligned within the health department budget because of what those organizations are doing.
Did Mercy fill out an application that's in my packet at home?
I don't know for sure.
I believe they did. Tom Hancock did not. That's under the department.
Grant, we discussed that as well, that by nature of that creation, the public purpose has been established, and we didn't recommend any changes to that moving forward.
Well, Mercy is on your Mercy Health Services, Iowa Corp., 60,000 MAT program.
That's the
included in the Board of Health budget.
Right. But they also filled out an application. Melissa Springer, I believe, submitted an application.
We asked them to work directly with the health department or the Board of Health to bring those applications forward, and then we asked the Board of Health to bring those in their budget process.
Okay, well, that's where there's going to be a lot of confusion, because we're approving budgets for Board of Health or whatever, and they're providing grants to other entities. Well, we really don't have control over that. We approve their budget, and the Board of Health is.
So any kind of grant making would need to fall under this policy. So if a department is secondarily making grants, we would recommend that they fill out the full application.
Okay.
So, if I may make a comment, the Food Policy Council did base our grants off of the Sustainable Dubuque grants, and so we can issue, as the Sustainable Dubuque grants do, contracts. And so that would cover the concern as public dollars are being spent. So I think for today, what I will do is make a communication to these organizations to direct them to the American Rescue Plan Act application and let them know that this purchase of service will be reviewed after American Rescue Plan Act funds are reviewed.
He's nodding his head, I'm saying yes.
That works for me.
Works for me.
We gotta do something.
We have
gotta move
consensus for
forward.
the second time on this issue.
We have to give
Would
you
you like to keep
some
going,
direction.
or are we done?
You have to have some direction. We got some direction. Let's go with that, get these all see how many will fill out the rescue plan ones, and then we'll work with this other one after. That's all we can do.
Send a letter to Rick Dickinson.
We'll do that. Any other questions or things I can answer for the board? Happy to do so.
Thank you for doing this.
Thanks, Stella.
Absolutely.
Hi, Anthony. Chandra, good to see you.
Thank you, Supervisors, for this opportunity today. So last time when we are presenting on the CMAX long-range plan.
Can you shut this?
You have to talk a little bit closer. Oh, there we go.
I need you to yell and be really angry, or I can't hear your voice, Chandra.
It's Monday morning.
Dramatically.
So last time when we discussed, we asked for some projects that the county will be seeking federal funds in the long run. There are 3 projects that got submitted through the Dubuque County Engineer's Office. One is the Oakland Farm Road within the county, and 2, we got the frontage road from Thunder Hills to Swiss Valley Interchange, and 3, we got safety improvements on Sundown Road from Piazza towards 150, 161 because of the road winding and all that. So those are the 3 projects we took into consideration. Now, what we are here is to discuss more. If you want to add more projects, if so, what are those projects? And we want to look at what type of improvements we are looking. 2, there is one project, which is the safety project, which we need to address as soon as possible because we need to work with the DOT at the Thunder Hills, Cox Springs intersection. So those are the discussions we want today. So Anthony, go on.
I would have a question about the Thunder Hills Road. Has Piasta actually committed to that? I mean, do they have a final answer that that is what they want to be committed to?
Well, we've had some preliminary discussion, but we have not had a final answer, especially when it comes to funding. So we need to have further discussion as to who's really paying for what, and then ultimately there's going to be the discussion we need to have, who's going to ultimately annex this in? Is this going to be a City of Dubuque thing, or is this going to be a City of Piasta? We might be kind of in the same scenario as Oakland Farms, that we're going to sort of build something and it's just going to be annexed in.
Right. And what goes hand in hand with that some is that citizens have approached me and said, well, they understand that frontage road, but they still wish to have an overpass over Cox Springs. Or it isn't as if they understand that this is what we can do, period, full stop. Is that where we are? Or are they saying the citizens think it's just one project and then we'll continue on to other major lifts? And that's what I don't understand. It's when we do a thing, doesn't that foreclose other opportunities?
So Cox Springs Road, for example, as of now, we need to check the city boundaries, but it comes under city of Piasta. It's almost on the edge. So if that improvement is being looked upon, it would be more like a city responsibility, not the county responsibility. In the past, this discussion happened with Iowa DOT. to have an overpass on Cox Springs Road. The DOT's answer is the Thunder Hills Road, Cox Springs interchange is their project. If they want to have an overpass, that's a city request, so city should look at funding that, request those kind of funding. The DOT will look into it, but it's not their commitment to that. So from DMAT standpoint, we need to understand why that's being needed, first question. Second question, if it is done, what type of safety or security and capacity improvements will happen on US 20, and how will that merit the overall region? We can't just piecemeal a project and just have an overpass somewhere because someone wants it, because that's not how we are using federal money for. They should use federal money on a region-wide impact. Now, the DMATs did consider the frontage road project because there's a safety issue that's been complained, and both cities agree on that, City of Dubuque and City of Piasta, and the county looks at it as a priority. So it's a regional impact. It's not helping one community or one entity. So, but the Cox Springs, the overpass, will be a question to the overall region, saying, do everyone agree that that needs to be needed, where we can use federal money, is the question what we'll be asking everyone. If all 8 members agree on that, we will look into that. So, hope I answered your question.
I don't think it answers the citizens' questions.
No.
And so I'm wondering if this meeting should have Piasta personnel in the room.
So Anthony will be talking about that.
Yeah, I agree. I think we should have the city of Piasta in the room, probably the city of Dubuque as well, to discuss, how much interest is in this from all 3 parties. Because it's in this weird little boundary area between the 3. And I think we need to get a better understanding as to, again, really who's going to annex that area in, and then where we can share the sort of responsibility and the burden of the funding itself. I don't know if it necessarily should be all on Dubuque County. Even Iowa DOT, I'm still interested in talking to them about this situation as well. But I know they've stressed that this is more of a county problem. So I don't necessarily want to say that we want to foreclose on any future interchange developments there. I think we're trying to get to a safe solution as quick as we can. And these are sort of the low-hanging fruit type projects that we can make happen fairly quickly. A diamond interchange is not in our 5-year window for sure,
The draft project list in your plan, when is the next opportunity to edit that? So let's say this was submitted. When's the next opportunity to edit the draft project list, which I'm seeing on page, 8, 9, and 10?
So the next opportunity will be 5 years from this year.
What if the project is not listed on there and you wanted to accomplish it within the 5 years? Would you be able to amend or get the ability to add that to the list?
We can amend the long-range plan to add the project. However, the catch will be, it all depends on the new transportation bill. For example, when we did the previous long-range plan, we had it under MAP 21 transportation bill. And when FAST Act came, we have performance measures that need to be included in our long-range plan. So any amendment is strongly not recommended by the feds and the DOT because then it changes the overall planning process. So if the next transportation bill matches with FAST Act and no big changes to the long-range planning process, then we can follow a process and amendment. However, if it triggers the overall overhaul of the long-range plan or something, we might ask the members to wait for a couple more years until the new plan is developed.
Okay.
So would the board like for Chandler or myself to go to the city of Piasta and city of Dubuque and start some conversation, some dialogue, or would you actually like to bring all those parties before the board in a work session type meeting?
Well, aren't they represented on DMATs today, generally speaking?
Yeah.
Yes, my thoughts, that's where, if you're going to have the group together, that's where the conversation should be. We're trying to identify and approve or basically build consensus on our Dubuque County portion and say, hey, I'm aware of the other projects. Fair enough? So I would think if you wanted to bring the groups together, it would be at DMATs and you make that an agenda item. But that's how I see the path forward.
And they won't understand that that's DMATs, they're new, it's new people, Mayor Merton, and,
That they're smart enough to figure it out.
and Annette Ernst, they're new, and so, I mean,
Well, we don't have any, I mean, you bring them here, but we don't have any power. DMATs is where the authority lies, right?
So,
Right? I mean, that's the governing body of these funds. So we can pretend that we're making decisions here, but DMATs is where these decisions are made, correct?
that's a good question, because if the members are asking for federal funds, it will be a discussion to DMATs. Now, the question will be, which entity will be applying to DMATs funding? Right now, the jurisdiction is county, so we'll be looking at an application from the county, but the discussion will be who will be paying for what will be mostly an internal discussion among the three members, like the Dubuque County, Piasa, and City of Dubuque. Now, as a DMATs, we always look at the application from the county, and the other two cities can be part of the application, but it's up to the cities to decide. So we always merit the project basing on the project itself, not like who is applying what they're applying for. So in this case, yes, I agree, it can be a discussion at DMATs, but it should be outside DMATs meeting, because from Federal Highway standpoint, we are making a decision on a project which is not even being applied to the board. So that is a no-no from Federal Highway, because we don't know the merits of the project, but we are deciding federal funds on a project which is not even being submitted. So we can schedule a meeting at the DMATs before or after DMATs meeting, because all the members are part of DMATs and they always come to the meetings. So we can do that and have a discussion there. We can do that.
but not inside a DMATs meeting.
No, we can't do that inside the DMATs meeting. Then we are keeping the cart before the horse thing, because we need to see the merit of the project before we even talk about the project.
Right.
So.
And Harley, you don't sit on DMATs.
I've sat on a few.
I mean, you've listened in through Zoom.
I'm just the alternate for you.
Right.
So is that what the supervisors want us to do? We can work on that.
I'm unaware of the real question, so if you could restate what the question is.
The question is, do you guys want us to have a meeting scheduled with DMAT, around DMAT's meeting with all three communities and have a discussion about this project?
I think you just need to do it how you and Anthony had originally said, just go talk to Piasta and then talk to the city and try to find out what the interest is, or you can't have it in the DMATs meeting, you're saying, right?
Yeah.
Right, so
we can
might just roll.
We can do before or after meeting, yeah. We can do that.
Just wouldn't be on the agenda, it would be before or after with the parties that pertain, obviously.
And going back to the meeting that we had with the city of Piasta, I think it was, back in May or June, I can't remember now, but we said that we'd try to come back in August.
The other one, Sean.
There you go. I actually like it dark. Nice, calming. So the projects on this list, you know, the percentage that we would, well, it's 2015, it's a long time. So maybe I was gonna ask my question, what's the percentage of the projects on this list actually gonna be completed? But maybe all of them within 2050. But if you get 5 years to change these plans, if we think it's an idea, just add it. Stop killing ourselves over all the deal. Add the project, move forward. I mean, what's wrong with that philosophy? I mean, you're talking about the thing is labeled 2050. You know, what are you guys doing in 2050?
Well, I would ask that question to you. We've always let
Good idea, what I'm saying.
Chandra and ECIA walk us through this, so we are good partners and we participate correctly with DMATs.
So, the project list will go under 2050, but as you see the list, the bigger the project, the more time you need.
Right.
The Southwest Arterial project took 35 years, from the day it started planning to the day we completed it. If you see the DMATs list, you'll have one project which is $500 million. That's all Iowa DOT. That is from Piasa interchange all the way to US 20 bridge. Now that project will take that time. Our question will be, you can add the project, but priorities change as we go. 5 years from now, a project which is at the end can go up to the front. But the question will be, how serious is the project? For example,
we've just spent 30 minutes talking about it, so apparently it has some merit, and apparently the city of Piasta wants us to have conversations. Why can't we just add it and be done with it?
so the question will be, obviously, we can have it and get done with that. But the question is, the next question comes is, when is the funding coming to us?
Right.
So,
Exactly. Well, so one of these projects, $590 million. Come on, we're pretty high level here. What's the problem with just adding it?
590 million
Killing me.
is a pretty big number. But if that 590 million is not shown there, that gives an excuse to the DOT not even consider the project. Now, when the DOT is looking at 590 million, they are not going to give the county or city or anyone 590 million. They'll piecemeal it. They'll go with the bridge first, and they'll go with something else first. The question will be, when you go to the DOT commission, what are you asking if you're not even adding that to your list? The second question will be, what's your priority? You can go to the DOT and they say, hey, in 2050, we want 4 or 6 lane US 20. They say, yeah, 2050, that's great. But let's say you want to talk to the commission saying in 2 years, we want to have this improvement. The question is, okay, let's have a serious talk on that. So the question will be, obviously, where does those projects fall? Means we always go through ranking. That's not the final list. The ranking will give the project merit. So some projects might go up, some might go down. The projects that are on the top will be the top priority for the MPO.
So can we just request it? I'm requesting to add it in the discussion. That's my request. We've got 30 other projects on here. If we add a 31st project with a number on it, I think we're overthinking this.
No, that's fine. So there are two topics we are talking. What Supervisor J. Mcdermott mentioned is right. As a long-range plan, the long-range plan doesn't have the criteria to say which project will go first and second. However, that's the list we'll take for the TIP. Now, if the frontage road is not in part of the TIP, you're not seeing funding for the next 5 years because the TIP is a 5-year program to the DOT, 4-year program to the DOT. So that's the second discussion we'll be having, saying, is the frontage road needed now, or can it wait another 15 years? That's what the members should decide. If you want it now, you need to have the serious discussion with both cities. If you don't want it, we don't need to even discuss it. It's part of the long-range plan. We don't need to go beyond that. It's up to the supervisors how to continue on the frontage road. So.
But again, for us to bump it into the TIP, it needs to start in the long range.
Yep, that's a requirement.
And it's in there right now.
Yep.
We have
there right now. Frontage Road, Cox Springs Road, Swiss Valley, $5 million.
So we're
what else are we talking about?
We are talking about the next part, saying, do you want the money in the next 3 years, or do you want the money in the next 50 years? Your call. You want next 50 years, we can stop it here. It'll be in the next 50 years.
Well, this goes back to that about $3.5 million that, we might be eligible for out of DMATs by, was it 2025 or 26?
Yeah.
That we originally had designated for Oakland Farms. Now we're talking about the frontage road area. So that's what we need to decide over the next couple of years. And then.
They have both of them on there? They're both on there right now.
Yep.
So what's the problem? Sorry. They're both listed right now. Oakland Farms on there, and so is Frontage Road on Piasta. What are we deciding? I'm still.
One of them will be bumped.
Okay, so is that what we're talking about?
And then
new equation.
Let's just say example, you guys decide to bump the frontage road, and there's $3.5 million possibly available for that. Now, do we want to spend all $3.5 million, or do we want to try to pull some partners into that?
But for right now, for this document, they both can be on there.
Yeah.
And they are on there.
They're on.
So what's the heartburn? Why can't we say this document looks great?
No.
Yeah.
I just get confused why we keep.
No, the document looks great. That's
Okay.
not what they're asking. From the document standpoint, are these the projects you want, or you want to add more? That's one question.
And when that question came up, I said, do we think Piasta thinks that this is their time to make clear their point, right?
So which they did to us.
And that's why we've never had a discussion with Piasta where there's been 3 supervisors present, and here with Jim Merton and the new clerk or administrator, is this their top priority? They have to choose 2 top priorities. They also have to choose priorities, let me phrase it that way.
And that's their responsibility. There's 21 local governments in our county. That's their responsibility. I mean, if they need help, DMATs, or excuse me, ECIA is that body to help them, right? Not the Board of Supervisors. I love those small cities, but you mentioned Piasta, but let's keep going down the road. What about Epworth? What about Farley? What about Dyersville? I mean, that's just not our role. I don't understand what we're haggling about over here. I'm just so confused.
What Supervisor McDonough is asking and what Coxton Road overpass. Whose project is it? Is it the counties or City of Piasta?
It will.
City of Piasta will work.
And you're asking because it's a shared road right now, both halves?
Half and half.
We have Cox Springs on our list, so we've already got
That's a
somewhat.
frontage road, not as an overpass.
I agree. We still got funds for that, so. I'm indifferent. You tell me what you want. I mean, it's, add it to the list is what I said.
Well, and I think we should have that discussion before DMAS as well with the two cities.
Frontage roads are already on it.
Frontage
Road is obviously, are you talking the
overpass?
difference between the overpass and the frontage road, correct?
So from our standpoint,
Pass, add the overpass.
we have two projects. One is overpass, the other one is frontage road.
Yeah. Frontage road's on there.
Long range plan, you can have overpass, frontage road. The question will be obviously, let's say there's funding available, which one you want us to take it as a priority?
Right. And I'm not telling you on behalf of Piasta to add something to this. My question was, shouldn't Piasta be engaged in this discussion? Because we know they have high need for transportation issues there. In fact, to the point where we're moving millions of dollars at DMAT to go to work on a frontage road. I'm saying, I don't feel that they think that's all they don't see it as one and done. That's my point. Are they also addressing this as a
Speaking for Piasta, that's what just confuses me. Why do you keep speaking for the city of Piasta?
I'm not speaking for Piasta. I'm asking.
Saying they.
Well, we have engaged them. You know, we've had that initial meeting already. We're expected to come back sometime here in August to give a kind of a second part to that meeting. But I think we should have the discussion before the DMAS meeting, before or after, with the city of Piasta and probably city of Dubuque as well, and get more conversation around this piece here.
Well, I hear a consensus that you should both do that and that we won't be engaged in that.
That's good enough for me.
That's what I hear from all of this.
Thank you.
Appreciate your help. Thank you.
Thanks, Chandra. Thanks, Anthony.
All right. The last issue is boards and commissions update. I would note for my peers, I was saying to the Community Foundation here, at the last governing board meeting, there was an update on fund balance. So from the Mental Health Governing Board, there are fund balance dollars that have increased tremendously to Dubuque County. So there's potentially another source of funding for us to look at for brain health projects. And because they're fund balance projects, they are at greater discretion from this board with the regional board than needing to approve, though they have never not approved something. It's just been whether there were more questions. And that is more than $1 million. So another way to start looking at how do we layer in, and I've asked them to give Stella a formal letter saying, yeah, that's right, because all of a sudden there's more money again for brain health. May Hinchin will be here on the 16th, I think. Is she on that agenda? Right. So she will be able to walk us through that as well. But, you know, when we look at the list that was up here from our target investment program, and Harley and I have both accepted the invite to walk through the proposed access hub, as that starts to maybe materialize a little bit more. I would encourage you to do that, Jay, if you want, but to start to see, which is becoming ever more likely, a location for us to have an access hub. You know, we have the ability to do some projects that maybe we never could even contemplate before.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a whole different level of funding opportunity for us. So when you look at rescue plan and all of the pieces, we could be, some of those projects that came in as targeted investment programs could also be shifted to potential fund balance projects. And one that jumps at me is Hillcrest's request for that elevator. Okay, so that might be one. And again, I don't know if I'm glad to have seen the building to see what they're talking about and why there would be a need for an elevator there. And our law enforcement people have been through that. And I think Ann's working on maybe a stakeholders day for other people who are stakeholders to come in and see that facility. But they don't have yet a business plan. I've asked for that repeatedly, as have you, and the region is maybe not as, we could ask May on the 16th what the progress is on that. Hillcrest is working hard, so is our disabilities coordinator. And the region has a little bit of a capacity, lots of things coming into the region. So I would just mention that to you both.
It's the same place we were 2 years ago. And Lynn County moved forward on their local ones, we did not. So this is our second chance, and I'm very pleased that we have a second chance. And I think getting an access center would be wonderful. In addition to those other funds, hub. So terminology, I think using those funds locally would be wonderful. I'm a big advocate for that 2 years ago and last year, and still a big advocate for this year. So when we know the number, that would be great. And then to start coordinating the plan, I think would be wise.
Right.
So happy to help with that any way I can.
A question that comes to me is about childcare. And I don't know, Jay, if you're working with Dubuque County Early Childhood, if they're going to be submitting something to their rescue plan.
I've mentioned that to them in a previous meeting, so nothing to report as far as an update on that. But we have, this board has funded their project for childcare last year, and I think it was a 3-year plan. So, if we want to keep on that same path, so that would be an opportunity. So I'll check with them. If that's the board would like to.
And coming up this week, we have RTA on Wednesday. 9 a.m.
That's 9 in the morning, I believe, right?
Right. I don't see any issues there at least not initially on the agenda.
Yeah. It's at 9. EMA Tuesday night. We got a meeting. Let me see.
So I was also had requested, as part of the Conservation Board, I requested our Conservation Director to be here today to discuss what we approved now 3 weeks ago. As of, I think, Thursday or Friday, he had made comments that he was going to be available here at 11, so maybe our time threw him off, or maybe it didn't happen. But related to boards and commissions, the Conservation Board's resolution was in the Chamber's packet, and we had brief discussion on it. No action was taken. So just to let you know. And so I feel bad that we haven't had maybe that in-depth time since we passed this resolution, I believe, with the Conservation Board. I've asked the director to provide an opportunity for Q&A and or that discussion, but that has not occurred yet.
He's on the agenda for next week he's working on a presentation, I think, as you know.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah, I know that as well.
He'll be on the agenda, and then Farm Bureau's reached out to me and asked me to come to their Board of Directors meeting on the 11th. And of course, I do what I think we all do, which is to say, who am I bringing, right? Who's coming with? And they wanted to hear from Brian Preston. That's what their questions are about the referendum.
Yeah, I think that's wise.
So they also asked if maybe somebody from the Conservation Board would come. I reached out to Cindy Gatto. I don't know, Jay, if you want to, I think Craig Raker knows you're the supervisor who also sits on that, on the Conservation Board and on this board. And he said, well, bring everybody. Does everybody want to come? Then I got to bring an auditor. It gets pretty formal pretty fast.
I would look for them to invite us. That's what I would look for. So
Well, they did with a phone call.
To you. So.
Correct, and I'm responding, I think, as the chair.
Greg does have my email and cell, because I've talked to him a couple times, and probably yours as well, Harley. But if that is how the communication is going, and if that is an official invite, I'd be happy to attend. But I don't want to crash a meeting through, hey, you're invited to.
30 minutes. Do you want to come?
Where's that one at?
St. Piasta, it's at Farm Bureau, the Board of Directors.
So maybe we can formalize that, Dawn. I mean, can you help us, or Ed, just
Do you wanna reach out
formalize,
and see?
just formalize that they want us all there. I don't,
Right.
you know, I trust your
Well, no,
conversation, but it's
I-
groups, you know?
This isn't an information sharing, which is what this is.
Yeah.
So there it is.
Yeah.
If they realize that there's gonna be an auditor attending and Ben's coming along, they may not be as excited.
Related to this issue, there's multiple discussions from multiple boards going on as we speak. And that's what, when I was involved, I felt compelled to share you. That was with the chamber on last Thursday. So it is occurring, and not occurring obviously always with supervisors or with conservation board. So just be aware of that. And I just want to make sure you were clear too. I've requested, being on the conservation board and not the chair, to the director that he should get to us sooner rather than later, and it looks like it's going to be later next week, which.
Well, I think it should be listed on the agenda itself, so everyone knows, the community at large, that there's gonna be
Agreed.
discussion.
This is boards and commissions, and that board, after a big decision, never got a single update here, and it's been nearly 3 weeks now, so I wouldn't like that amount of time to go by without the supervisors being briefed. So I have attempted to do that, I've just not been successful.
Do you have anything else you wanna?
Landfill, the gas project is pretty much done. All the work in the landfill area is done with the pipes and everything. Remaining work is at the building site, Black Hills, where they pump the gas into the main line. They approved a campus waste reduction grant to the UD for $25,000 a year for 4 years, which would be for education and diversion on the campuses. Pardon?
That was a great idea. That was Adam Hoffman too, right?
Yep.
That's pretty cool.
Very
On our
good program.
bylaw.
I think that has a lot of legs under it right now. I think that's gonna do well. 2 of the bunker projects are done. They have one at the entrance to the landfill and one at the Municipal Services Building. ECI meeting, mostly about community block development grants with the COVID. Had the meeting with Caprice Jones. Was at the Simmons ribbon cutting. That was a
Thank you.
really nice event, very nice event. Talked to quite a few people that are very happy with Simmons. And public safety meeting on the 21st, where Denise is still working on the paperwork reference to tower transfers. So that's why we haven't heard anything
On tower transfers.
for the paying off that towers thing and the paperwork related to that. But that's pretty much all I've had.
Well, you're a slacker, might I just say? Thank you, Harley. Jay, do you have anything you want to just,
I have nothing to report.
been a busy July.
It has been very
I opened
busy.
the fair.
I was out at the fair Friday and Saturday.
Oh, goodness. State Rep Shannon Lundgren gave the invocation. She led us in prayer. Oh, well, anything else? Otherwise, let's meet again in a week.
Supervisor Mcdermott, I have something. I take care of the 31 liquor licenses in the county, and I have never had this happen. On this weekend is Key West Fire Department and EMS are having their festival, and their permit for their application for a beer permit just came in this morning. And now they need their beer on August 8th. It's not on the agenda, so if it's not approved by the board, there's no beer at the festival. How do we handle this?
Would you recommend we have a special session or what?
Yeah, I was gonna say, what's everybody's agenda look like? Can we be here for 5 minutes sometime? I mean, we can't have it.
If I have two of you here for 5 minutes tomorrow, so we have 24 hours to post the agenda.
Yep.
I would be fully supportive of that. I plan to be here all week, so.
We do just need to. I will make myself available.
At what time works for everybody?
Well, it's noon right now, so
We could do it after dinner.
2:00.
I could be here any day after dinner.
2 o'clock
Yeah, 1, 2.
tomorrow?
Yep, that's fine.
Yeah, tomorrow on.
Tag thing till 1 for RTA, but I could be here by 2 for sure. Is that too late?
No, 2 is fine.
2 o'clock tomorrow?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Get the agenda ready.
For
Make a motion to adjourn.
Oh, second.
Well,
2
actually, we're
o'clock.
recessing, although we don't have it scheduled, as all, verbal schedule helps.
And a second to adjourn until 2 o'clock tomorrow. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. See everyone in the afternoon.